we're going to get some messages from the Most High and find out what God has for the collective at this time. Um, Please don't forget to hit the like button, share, subscribe to the channel. You can check out my links below. I have some of my tarot decks listed below. So if you would like to purchase any of the decks, you can. Support me. Go to collectivecode.me and you can support me by buying the shirts, any products that you like. This is one of the decks that you will receive once you purchase it. I also have the collective kit, um, the collective code emergency kit that you can purchase. I finally received the deck, guys, and it does not come with the book. You're gonna have to get the book separately, but it's well worth it, guys. This is the collective code book, so you should have this and this. And when you use your oracle deck in your book, you're going to notice that when the cards come out in the reversal, that is a message that tells you that you are on the right track. So yes, please make sure that you go and get your collective code emergency kit and your oracle uh, guidebook. Okay, this is a companion book for the deck, and we're going to use this. This is what I'm going to start off with to find out where we are as a collective. Yeah, so you can purchase your decks, and you will you're gonna be so happy. I also have the legacy. I'm gonna be, this deck is coming soon, but this is the book that goes with the deck. You can go purchase this on Amazon and you will get your deck separately. You'll purchase the deck on my website, or you can get it from TikTok. You can also buy it from Walmart. The deck is on Walmart. You can buy it there. Well, let's get started. We're going to get some messages, and let's see what the Most High God has for the collective. I'm going to start with the collective code, but before I do that, make sure, like, when you're using this deck, you want to ask God to guide you, lead you, and give you information that is going to assist you with answers that you may need at this time. Oh God, I come to you humbly asking that you give the collective messages that are going to guide us and give us a clear understanding of what we are needing to know at this time. God, I ask that anyone who is here to be negative, I'm asking that you remove them, oh God. Any blockages in the collective's way that is causing stagnation for the collective, I'm asking that there be judgment, righteous judgment upon the heads of the wicked, every neighbor that is involved, anyone who's behind the scenes causing interference in the collective lives, anyone who is continuously constantly causing intentional intentional chaos behind the scenes. I'm asking that there be justice and judgment. I'm also calling judgment on these two neighbors here, one on the right of me and one on the left of me. I'm asking that there be righteous judgment upon the heads of these two wicked neighbors that I have. I'm asking that they go through major issues for constantly coming for me when I've not sent for them. May I be a witness to their downfall and the things that they will receive and go through because of constantly messing with me, oh God. In your name, oh God, I thank you and pray. Ashe. On the back of the deck, you will notice that there is Deuteronomy 18 and 9. This is the scripture that speaks on why you should not have used tarot cards. I was guided to put um this scripture on the back of the deck, and it's because God wanted people to understand the meaning behind the scripture, and it is to have people understand that it is the messages that you give behind using the deck. If you're using the deck if you're using tarot to lead people astray, then of course you're you're going to be found under judgment. But if you're leading a life of righteousness and you are leading people on the right path, then it's okay to use this deck, okay? So it's also talking about making sure that your messages are always in alignment with the Most High. You know, my messages, they come from God. I refuse to use my ego to speak anything that is not supposed to be spoken out of my mouth when it comes to me doing my readings. So when it comes to tarot, it is me speaking truth from the Most High. It is me giving God the ability to speak through me, move through me, and allow me to have guided messages come through God, okay? Which is why we have Deuteronomy 18:9, which is what every Christian wants to throw in your face, this scripture here. So with that said, you know, it even goes to any pastor who is doing the total opposite on their pulpit, saying one thing and living a different life, you know. So it can go for anybody. But anyway, we're going to get some messages. Most High God, I ask that you speak through me, and anyone who is here to like attack the channel or cause stagnation for my channel, I'm asking that they be under heavy judgment, that people be worried about what they do when it comes to me and the collective, God, that these people don't have no luck, and that we see, you know, every bit of the downfall that people who constantly come for the collective will have for constantly messing with the collective for no reason. In your name, oh God, I thank you and pray, Ashe. God, lead me. Pull the card out for the collective. What do we need to know? All right, so it came out in the upright. So we got Archangel Phanuel. So let's find that. When you get your book collective, your book will be numbered, okay? Unfortunately, this book was not numbered, and it was because I forgot to number the damn pages, child. So it will be right when you get yours. All right, so it says, so this is the card here. This is the card here. So it says, Angel of Repentance, Redemption. If this card appears, Archangel Phanuel is bringing attention to personal responsibility, repentance, growth, redemption, and the power of making different choices. The first aid kit says, who coming to save you? Who coming to save you? Because sometimes the breakthrough you've been waiting for requires your participation. The message at the bottom is, baby, you the one, is a reminder that God has already placed more strength, wisdom, and power inside of you than you realize. So if it's in the upright, this is a warning. It says, baby, who you waiting on? The apology, the rescue, the closure, the miracle. Phanuel appears when you have become stuck waiting for someone else to fix a situation that God is calling you to address. You may be giving your power away, waiting on validation, stuck in regret, blaming others, avoiding responsibility, delaying necessary actions. Redemption begins when you decide to take ownership of your next step. You don't have to do everything alone, but you do have to move. Stop waiting for a perfect condition. Stop waiting for permission. Stop waiting for someone else to become what God called you to become. Collective code warning: the breakthrough may be waiting on you and your participation. Who coming to save you? Baby, look at you. Oh, no. Okay, that's it. I was about to read the reverse one. So let's see what God has for the collective. We're going to use the collective code family legacy deck. Guys, you can purchase this book on my collective code. You can purchase this deck on collectivecode.me on my website. Make sure that you get your decks before they get sold out, child. All right, so let's get started. We're gonna get some messages. Let's clarify this Fanuel card. God, tell me about the Fanuel card. All right, so we got someone in the Knight of Swords energy, someone who's very angry and impulsive, someone who is pissed, okay? This is someone who is got an attitude. Let's see, clarify this Fanuel card, Archangel Fanuel. Someone ain't doing well emotionally. Yeah. Okay, so with the Knight of Swords is someone who is, they're like, even though they got clarity, like someone don't want to know, someone don't want to realize what is already said. I feel like someone who's gotten clarity. Let me see. Someone who's angry. Someone who's impulsive about knowing the truth. Yeah, it's like someone who knows the facts about something. Okay, so if that's not the case, then I mean, if this is two different people, we got the Knight of Swords in reverse. Someone's saying, someone's cussing someone out, or being very someone who's being very like, someone's like mad, someone's very angry. If these are two different people, maybe there's a communication talking and someone is very calm and they're like listening to someone clearly while someone is cussing someone out, or while someone is like talking real recklessly. What's going on with this Knight of Swords? It's someone who's very angry about, it's a community of people or a group of people who are mad. It's a lot of anger that someone has. It's because of what they know. Okay, so someone's like in rage. Clarify the energy behind this rage, ancestors. Clarify the Five of Wands. What's someone mad about? Yeah, someone's someone's losing it. Someone's like out of, they losing it. Someone's not doing well at all. Come on, tell me more about this Five of Wands. Tell me what's going on. Someone's pissed. Someone's pissed. They're trying to act like they're okay, but they're not. Yeah, this is a person, they're ungrounded. They're like even trying to talk their way into something or out of something. You know, it's a person who is not saying much, acting as if everything is okay, but deep down, someone's so angry. It's someone who's struggling right now or got a lot of anger issues. Someone's so pissed. I mean, the anger that this person has, it's unbelievable. You know, I don't know what's going on, but we gonna figure it out. So when we got the it's somebody who thinks that someone's supposed to do something for them. Clarify what's going on here. Clarify. It's a lot of anger. Someone's arguing. It's so much anger someone's having. Who is this? Why they mad? Why they mad? Because of justice that's happening. Someone's angry or someone's going through a lot. Someone's so pissed. Ooh. Someone's so mad. Someone's very, very angry. Clarify this anger. I can't wait to receive my clarifiers, guys. Y'all gonna love that deck. Clarify the illness. What's going on with this person? What happened? It's someone who's mad and jealous of you. Someone who's very jealous, heartbroken. Someone who wants a second chance, or someone who just has a nasty attitude. Someone who thinks someone owes them something. Someone's mad. They want you to come to their aid or something like that. Someone has a nasty attitude. This is someone who is very impulsive and they're mad because things aren't really going how they want. But let's get some more clarity, ancestors. Tell me more about this person who's enraged. What's going on with this person? Clarify this person here. What's going on? Yeah, the lovers in the reversal is a contract that's over. So someone ain't signing a contract. Someone ain't dealing with someone. I feel like there is no reciprocity when it comes to this connection here, where someone may not be giving. There is a karmic connection, a karmic situation that could be over. There could have been a breakup in a relationship. Maybe something that you've outgrown as the hermit is something, you know, I see like you realize you've gotten your clarity. You know, I mean, it's you. So maybe someone gave you a hard time. So you're in this phase of like, you know, you saying I'm blocking you. You done. You done with somebody. It could be a family or a group of people that are pissed. Tell me more. What's clarify this? Yeah, so we got this emperor here who is, what's the energy behind this person? Ancestors, clarify the energy behind this person here. Someone who feels stuck. They don't know how to like keep going. Someone don't know how to, they don't know how to keep going. They don't know how to keep being persistent. You know, this is a person who is on a schedule or constantly doing something but not getting no results. Someone feels that they're not getting no results and they feel it's because they feel restricted. Tell me more. Yeah, so this is a person that has to either give you something. Maybe you could be getting some good news. Let's clarify this. Clarify the good news and the gift. Clarify good news and gift. Yeah, it's giving me someone could be sad about your forward movement. Okay, so this is clarify the Four of Wands. Queen of Swords is what you're reaching for. You're rejecting this person. The High Priestess, and it tried to come out in reverse. So if it came out in reverse, it's like maybe you're hiding something here, or someone could be hiding something from you. Clarify more. Clarify this. Y'all know how we do. So we got the Sun and the Ten of Swords. It's a realization. It's what you found out, okay? Maybe you don't know much. You don't know much about what's happening behind you. You know, you don't have all the information, but with the Ten of Swords and the Sun card, it's like someone could be feeling exposed. Someone could be feeling as if something is over. Someone feels, clarify more about this betrayal. Clarify betrayal. So we got an Empress in reverse with the Page of Cups. Clarify this. The Sun card. So there is some insecurity here with the Page of Cups and the Star. You could be having to heal. Clarify the Empress in reverse. Someone's trying to offer you something, but you're saying no. It's someone who could be insecure or representing a insecurity that they have, where it's like someone don't know what to do with you. Someone doesn't know how to maybe even approach you, is what I'm seeing here. And with the Wheel of Fortune, there is a group of people who are still trying to control or hold on to maybe a person. Clarify this Three of Cups, ancestors. But you're free. You're free. It's people who want a new beginning with you. Clarify the Four of Pentacles. Okay. It's it's, you know, things turning in your favor and you rejecting what doesn't serve you. So you could be walking away. You could be walking away. You could be rejecting. There are people who are communicating about you. Clarify these people here, 3 of Cups. Clarify 3 of Cups. It's this earth sign man who's heartbroken. It's a heartbroken earth sign man. Tell me about this person here. What's going on with this person? Could be a father figure. Who is this? Clarify this earth sign man. This is someone who's like, he's getting support from people, or, you know, there is people who could be trying to work with this person. They feel bad for this person. And with the 5 of Swords and the 6 of Swords, no, 6 of Cups, is someone who's mad about the past. So it's people that are trying to pour into somebody, but they may not. Let me see. How do they feel about this person? How they feel about this earth sign man? How they feel about the earth sign man? They don't know. Clarify the earth, how they feel about this earth sign man. How they feel about the earth sign man. How do people feel? They're mad at him. They don't like him. They think he's sneaky, and they're judging this person really. They've gotten an awakening about this earth sign man. They feel he's very like a very angry person, a very competitive, angry person who's very argumentative, and they feel he's sneaky. They're judging him. They're very guarded, and so it's like people who feel like they have to feel sorry for him, or a person who's trying to seek validation from people who really don't like him like that. So there are a group of people that don't really care for him. They don't like him. Okay. Yes. Huh? Okay, auntie. See ya. So yeah, let's see. Let's get some more info. So yeah, someone's heartbroken. People are not happy with certain results, and someone could be very manipulative and like playing like games, like being a player and being very immature with how they acting right now. These are people who clarify more about these people or this person. 2 of Swords. It's like people. Why is the 2 of Swords here? It's giving me that there could have been like betrayal that happened, where you're going to be healing from this, collective. Tell me more about this, God, please. Yeah, you get to move on. You get to move forward. I'm seeing here that you're still in your power, collective. You know, and I just feel like you're in this phase where you're rejecting people, and there could be this Queen of Wands who could be very sad about this. This person is in their head. They don't know what to do. You know, they're hurting. They could be heartbroken. What does this got to do with anything, ancestors? What's this got to do? Yeah, because someone who has a lot of love in their heart for you, and then been thinking about you and our relationship, thinking about how loving you are, okay? This is someone who, like, you made a decision on when you found out someone could have been toxic. You know, you feel like someone's very toxic. This is a person that you want to block. You don't want to be around. And so with the Temperance here is, you know, it's like someone who wants to balance this relationship out, but they're like toxic. Clarify this Devil energy here, ancestors. It's this earth sign who's very toxic. It's a person you're going to walk away from. Someone who's very toxic. Someone who's very controlling, toxic. Okay? So you're guarded from this person here. Tell me more, ancestors. Yeah, and you know, it's like someone who feels stuck in their mind. They feel trapped in their mind. It's because you're not letting anyone get in your like mental space, you know. You're protecting your mind, your peace, and you got your ancestors here who are protecting you as well. And so with that said, it's like no one could really, you know, it's someone who feels as if they cannot, but they cannot pop into your bubble. They can't get into this in this field here, you know, where you are. They can't get into this space where you are. Someone's like, dang, how can I get in this? You know, someone want to play like double dutch, trying to get, clarify 7 of Wands, trying to get in your energy or something like that is what I'm seeing here. Clarify more, ancestors. Yeah, protect yourself, collective. Clarify more, ancestors. Yeah, so with the Queen of Pentacles, it's like you're coming out as someone who's very you're very serious about your life, collective. Queen of Pentacles, Eight of Pentacles is you doing a lot of work on yourself. You know, you're coming into new beginnings, new opportunities. And someone could be very shocked about this. There's huge changes which are maybe even like certain things in your life that are like clearing up. There are people who could be talking about this when it comes to you, collective. Clarify the Tower. Yeah, people who are mad. They're mad because things aren't really going how they want, okay? So it's like, you know, with me, collective, the only thing people could do is like irritate me. And it's the issue is these are people that cannot affect you emotionally. I'm telling you, you know, what I'm learning is never to address people that are toxic. You don't have to go back and forth. I'm just seeing like people are mad because they can't get their way with you. They can't get their way, and they feel like, you know, if you're set on a mission to move forward and there are people who are in the outer skirts invisibly messing with you or whatever, you know, that's what I'm getting. I'm saying to continue to stay in your power, continue to stay in control of your energy, collective, and never let anyone try to penetrate you when it comes to your energy, because this is what they want from you, your energy. If you're not going back and forth with someone, the only person it can affect is the person who's done it. So what I realize is like you're you know, you're going to be like balancing out. You're going to be working hard on balancing or like juggling a lot of things, collective. It's giving me that you're in this energy where you are really focused on your goals, but there are like things on the outside. You see how the phone ringing, she got the bag, she got like, it's a lot going on the outer skirts when it comes to the projections and people who are coming for you constantly, possibly, collective. You know, you got a lot going on. You got a lot going on, collective. But what spirit is saying is continue to stay consistent. Continue to know what the purpose is. You know, remember what your purpose is. Your purpose is to continue to stay focused on your goals. All right. Tell me more, ancestors. Tell me more. What's going on out on the outskirts? So we got the Six of Cups. So there is someone who wants to bring in an offer, okay? This is someone who's possibly been alone and been talking about you a lot. They find happiness, or someone's like thinking about how things were in the past. They're talking, there's a lot of communication about what happened in the past. You know, someone wants a new beginning with you. Clarify the Hermit. Yeah, someone's feeling restricted though. They feeling restricted. Why? Clarify the seven, the eight of wands is there could be messages that are coming out about you and about maybe how you've blocked someone. You know, someone's trying to stay calm, or this is you staying calm. You getting through a difficult cycle, collective, where you're gonna get justice. Okay. So justice is on your side. Tell me more. Why? It's because you're taking charge of your life. Tell me more. Yeah, the issue is someone's very heartbroken because of your choice. Okay? Your actions and your choices are causing heartbreak for people who don't want to see it any other way. You made up your mind. Okay? You made up your mind. You're very clear on what you want and how you want it. Okay? And there could be someone who wants to kind of change how you think, change how you feel. I mean, you're coming up as the Queen of Pentacles collective. You know, you're coming out as someone who's very abundant, grounded, you know, nurturing, loving. You know, you got it together. You've made up your mind. You know, you're very clear on what you want. You could be an earth sign woman. I'm just seeing here that you're protecting your legacy. You're protecting your peace. You're just protecting every piece of you collective. And, you know, while you're protecting yourself, you know, there are people who may not like that about you. They don't like that about your energy. You know, these are people who are mad about that collective. People who are pissed, okay? There's a lot of people who could feel really, really angry about you coming into this Queen of Pentacles. You know, you could be, you know, coming into someone who's very successful. Okay, I'm looking at success for you collective. Continue to stay focused. Tell me more, ancestors, please. Please tell me more. Yeah, so Knight of Swords is like you're taking action, collective. You've made up your mind to stay focused on your goal. All right. And when it comes to Queen of Swords and the Knight of Cups is someone who's very sure of themselves, someone who's made up a decision. Someone's made up a decision to close out a cycle with a group of people. Maybe you're not friends with a group of people. We got Three of Cups. So these are people that maybe you used to celebrate with, that you ain't kicking it with no more. They talking about you. Clarify the Three of Cups, this energy here. Why is the Three of Cups here, ancestors? Yep, people that you're... So I'm seeing here with the Four of Pentacles is... You're very selfish when it comes to you and you're independent. So you're focusing on you. You're doing your own thing and people could be watching you. There are people watching you. Clarify the Three of Cups. Why is the Three of Cups here, ancestors? It's because people watching you move forward. People watching you move forward. People like, you know, the collective, they're focusing on them. Like you're in your power. You're in your strength, collective. You know, the thing is the ancestors gave you the fort. And they told you that you were strong enough to handle this collective. Which is why you're going through what you're going through. Okay? So you could be a whole emperor. Stepping into this emperor energy. Someone who's a boss. Yeah, you're stepping into like a very powerful season in your life with the Ten of Pentacles. You could be a fire sign. You could be anybody. What I'm seeing here is with the Seven of Wands is what you're protecting, your legacy, collective. So when it comes to this Hermit energy, I'm getting that you could be a Virgo as well, or anyone. You could be a Cancer. I'm seeing here, you could also be a Scorpio. You could be a Leo. I'm seeing here, you could be someone who is recharging your energy. You're learning, you're developing, you're growing, you're stepping into a very prominent time in your life where it comes with like even financial stability. Okay, with the the high priestess is the truth. So you know it's definitely dealing with finances. Maybe it took you a long time to get where you are. Okay, so with the Queen of Wands, like you're taking action. You are in control of your life, collective, and it could be very hard for you right now, you know, but you're getting through. You got people that are stressing about you. It could be a fire sign woman, fire sign man, someone who's stressing about this. You know, this is a person who could be watching you, stressing, overthinking. You know, someone who could be going through a lot at night. Someone who could be up at the wee nights of the hours, stressing over you. Clarify the Nine of Swords, ancestors. It's someone who's stressing over a relationship who wants to work on something here. There are people, a group of people mad. I'm telling you, it's a group of people that are pissed off. I don't know what's wrong with these people, but they got mental health issues is what I'm seeing here. Let's see. Spirit, tell me about these people. Clarify this energy here. 5 of Wands with the 3 of Pentacles. What's wrong with these people? What happened? Oh wow. So we got the Jeremiel in the reversal. So let's see what happened. Clarify. Let's see. Jeremiel. Guys, when you get your books, it's going to be numbered. I kind of messed it up, so but when you get yours will be fine. Oh, here it is. So Jeremiel is in a reverse, so we're going to read the top first. No. Let me see. So reverse, it says, when reversed, Jeremiel signals a powerful season of self-acceptance and emotional healing. You are beginning to embrace all parts of yourself, the strong parts, the broken parts, the successful parts, and even the parts you once tried to hide, collective. So you no longer need to perform. You no longer need to prove your worth. You no longer need to live according to other people's expectations. This card appears when a person is learning to love themselves honestly instead of conditionally. The things you once saw as flaws are becoming parts of your testimony. The mistakes that once embarrassed you are becoming lessons. The wounds that once defined you are becoming sources of wisdom. Jeremiel reminds you that true confidence is not pretending to be perfect. True confidence is being comfortable enough to be yourself. As self-love grows, the need for disappears. As self-acceptance grows, comparison loses its power. As honesty grows, peace flows, or peace follows. My bad. So self-love is the best love. Self-love is the best love. So for the insight, it says, you were never meant to become a copy of someone else. You are created to become the highest version of yourself. The greatest freedom comes when your public image and your private reality finally match. Stop running from your reflection. Look deeper. Understand where you are. Accept what you see. Heal the needs. Heal what needs healing. Keep what is authentic. Release what is performative. The moment you stop pretending is the moment you start becoming whole. So the affirmation is, since I stop performing for people and start showing up as my true self. What God created needs no disguise. So, collective, this is good for you. And it's because, you are in a very, you're clear of yourself, okay? There are people mad because you figured it out. There are people who are upset because you now realize your worth, okay? These are people who are upset because of what you've learned about you. Okay, so the worst thing you could ever do, collective, is come into harmony within self. This is someone who, a group of people who could be mad and got clarity about you, and maybe in this energy, and maybe obsessed. Clarify this. 5 of Wands, ancestors. We got, yeah, someone's mad at a mother figure. One moment. Someone's mad at a mother figure. You could be Empress. You could be a Taurus, or anybody. What I'm seeing here, someone's mad at you because of how you're representing yourself. Okay? It's about your plans. It's about, your journey, collective, the journey you've been on, the evolvement. You've evolved. People are mad about your evolvement. People are jealous. These are people who are mad at you. Okay? People who, you know so today, guys, I was headed out, and I was, leaving out of the complex or whatnot. And so when I was leaving out, this car just like rushed out. Now, mind you, the person was in the wrong. I had stopped because, I'm like, this person, they were like speeding or whatever. So I did, record the incident because, sometimes you have to. So anyway, I stopped, and this woman, she was so angry. But the issue is, it was her fault. It was her fault. She was wrong. She did not hold herself accountable for absolutely nothing. Instead, she was saying, oh, you black this, you black that, you African this, you African that. Now, mind you, collective, baby, when you love yourself, it's like no one that can like change how you feel about yourself. So especially, you know if you're a black, if you're a light-skinned woman calling a dark-skinned woman black this, black that, black, blackity black, it just kind of make me look at you with the side eye. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it gives me the look at you look at you with the side eye, because we're both the same. You just lighter. Like my daughter, she's light skinned. But I got this woman on video calling me all sorts of names, talking about my car. But the thing is, I love my car and I love myself. I don't have a car note. I don't have that, thank God. But with that said, this woman, she was so angry. And I learned, not to go back and forth with someone, because it's no need for it. But when you notice, like when you listen to people and you hear what they say out their mouth, you start to realize who they are. You start to realize where they are in their life. Like, people who argue with you, you can realize, like, okay, you there. So I don't even get mad no more. Where I'm at now is just like, I realize it. There are some people who've not evolved and may not love themselves, because you could be the very person who could be very light skinned but have a dark skinned mother. You could be a light skinned mother with a dark skinned child. Whatever the case is for you, start, it don't make sense to me. It don't make sense for a it doesn't make sense for a light skinned woman to call a dark skinned woman out of their name. So yeah, with that said, there are a lot of mentally ill people out here, just like I don't even know who this person was that I just blocked. But that person's definitely mentally ill, because if you outside, you should be not watching me. You should be outside, right? Something's wrong with you to be watching me and have so much to say, but be outside. Like, go outside then. Enjoy your life, boo. But like stuff like that. So anyway, with that said, if you are a light-skinned woman calling a dark-skinned woman a bunch of crazy names, shame on you, because it just shows me that you don't love yourself. You know what I'm saying? It shows me where you are spiritually and mentally in your life. And baby, for you to call me ugly, I know you don't even know what beauty is, okay? For you to call me ugly, you don't even know what beauty is. Like, you got to not know, because I know I'm fine. And no one can ever tell me anything different. You know what I'm saying? No one can tell me anything different because I know who I am. But anyway, with that said, you cannot convince me. Like this is how you have to be in your life. You got to be so powerful in your life and about yourself. You gotta be like 10 toes down for yourself for someone to never tell you who you are. For some, like, now let's just say I did not love myself. I didn't love myself. I had low self-esteem, all these things. Like if I had that, then it would affect me. But because I know who I am and because I love myself, I cannot feel how you feel about me. I don't even know, like, we're foreign. Like, it's a foreign language. When you talking, what you saying that about me, it just, we're not even on the same level because of how much I feel about myself. And like when I was looking at the sister, there's things that I could have said about her, but it's just like I would go beyond your skin complexion. There were other things I could have said about you that would have hurt your feelings, but I could go beyond your, like, I think I I'm not gonna say I think every woman is let me be quiet. What I will say is there are people out here that may that really need to look in the mirror before they speak negatively about someone else. Because just because you light skin don't mean nothing. Like, I've seen attractive light skinned women, and I've seen both on both sides, and so, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So, you know but the issue is I wouldn't go for your complexion. Like, I see beyond it. You know what I'm saying? So for me to just attack, oh, you black, 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 like that there, I think the most darkest people are the most beautiful people. But again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But you're not going to see me talking about, oh, you light skin, you this. Like, beauty is beyond a complexion, you know? So that's how someone's messed up mentally. You still in the slave days, girl, talking about some African and, like, girl, do you know I love myself? Like, you can never make me feel any other way. You can never make me feel like that's how you gotta be, collective. You gotta feel so powerful. And then another thing is, people think because of what they have, they're better than you. But it be the very people that probably can't barely afford what they have, that be trying to keep up with the Jones, that be trying to keep up. And that's neither here nor there, because I really don't care what you have. But at the end of the day, for someone to go as low as talking about what I drive, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for everything I have. I've never in my life tried to, think that I was this or that. I'm grateful for what God gave me. And so I love my car. I love that car. I love it. Shit. Ain't nothing wrong with that car. You know what I'm saying? So for anyone to, like, try to make me feel a way, like, you can't make me feel a way about what I love. Okay? Because I wouldn't want it any other way. I'm grateful for that. But how I look at vehicles now, they're not like how I look. I'm not materialistic. So when I look at what someone has compared to what I have, I don't even compare it. Because now, would I like a nicer car? Hell yeah. But it's not, oh, I need that. It's not a materialistic thing. It all comes with balance. I'm not here to say, oh, I need, like, some people are just so out of alignment when it comes to materialism. Like, I would like it, like, but you can't make me feel as if I'm lacking. You can't tease me and say, "Ooh, look what I have." I'm like, oh, that's nice. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't think like you. Like how you think and how I think is different. You're materialistic. I'm not. Do I think it's nice? Yeah, but is it something that I like want to die for, or is it something that I want to be like, oh, I'll kill somebody for that? Hell no. You know what I'm saying? I want to get. I would like I like nice things, but it's not. You won't see me mad at someone else because they have a nicer vehicle than me. I just, some people they be like that. Some people be like that. It's real sad, collective, how people are out here. People are all in their mind. They're like, oh, well, I need to get this and I need the latest this. These are people that mad because of how you think. People be mad because you don't compare yourself to them. Like, if someone could get you to feel like you're always lacking, feel as if you're always behind, make you feel as if you'll never catch up, or make you feel as if you have to compare yourself to what this person have, they'll have you locked in because this is where they want you. Someone wants you to feel like you have to keep up with the Jones. You have to, like, you got to keep up or you're lacking. Someone wants to make you feel like you're behind. You know what I'm saying? If they can't make you feel like that, collective, they're mad. There are people who are angry because people can't make you feel like, it's like, how can we make the collective feel as if they ain't, you know what I'm saying? Now, granted, I'm trying to get out of a sunken place when it comes to people constantly, you know what I'm saying? There are things in my life that should never have happened. My home being vandalized, my kids being taken, all of those things, collective, that was done. It was not done from natural cause. It was done from people who were on an agenda to cause interference and delays financially in my life and in the collective's life. These are people that want you to shh. These are people who don't want you to say nothing. But the very people who are so invested in your downfall because people don't want to see you do good. If people got out your way, you could be a lot further, but it's not to be competing against nobody. You're a natural go-getter. You are a natural fighter, collective. You go for what you want and you don't compete with nobody. You're not looking at her. You're not looking at him. Your eyes are straight focused on you and where you're headed in your life. The problem with a lot of people is they are focused on you because there are people that don't want you to get where you're supposed to get because these are people in competition with you. These are people that want what they want when it comes to you, collective. Okay? So these are people exposed. That's the truth. So these are people that want that they don't want to see you do well. If they're not where they are, if someone don't want to see you have victory. You know what I'm saying? It's someone who wants to keep you like, you know, and the crazy thing is it's going to happen either way. It's going to happen either way, collective. This is what they're stressed about. Stressed about your success. Stressed about where you're headed, collective. These are people who feel defeated. Feel as if they've taken major loss, okay? So the problem is your creations, your manifestations are not in alignment with people who don't want to see you do well. Like, people want to see you do bad. They want to see you give up. You know what I'm saying? The issue is, the problem is, how can we make the collective feel insecure? How can we make the collective feel as if they have to always be in competition or compete or feel as if they're lacking? They have no plan, collective, because you're rejecting the thought. You do not subject to these people's they're like their superficial thrill of seeing you in a invisible race with people that don't have their mind, or are not really happy with where they are in their life. You know what I'm saying? Because you could be someone who's successful, but again, just because you're successful does not mean that you are happy. You know what I'm saying? So the question is, how is the collective still calm and collective? How are we still amazed and no, how are we still happy and content? You know, these are people that are amazed by that. You know, they're mad at that. They have a problem with the collective. You know, the problem is it was never a race in the first place. Everyone has their own lane. Stay in your lane. Stop focusing on the next person and do the work. So we got this King of Pentacles here with the Knight of Swords, Nine of Pentacles. You know, this is a person who is, you know, carrying a lot. They're trying to, they got like love in their heart. Tell me more, clarify this person. This is a person who is, I see you could have been, clarify the energy behind the King of Pentacles. It's someone of authority or somebody who has to realize that there is a cycle that is over. You know, there is an ending to something here. A relationship, or what is this an end to? What is this an end to? What is this an end to? It's the problem is it's new opportunities that are happening that someone is jealous about. You know, this is giving me that you're going to get justice. You're going to get justice, okay? Someone knows this, and this makes someone feel very low. This is all they can think about, okay? So it's a problem because maybe someone likes you but know they have to close out the cycle. Like, you're not giving that love to this person. You poured enough into yourself to be able to move forward in your life, you know? So this could be a group, or like a higher up, or someone who's someone who could be of authority, who could be working with others. What are they working on? Clarify the Three of Pentacles. What are they working on? The issue is they can't control. The issue is they can't control things how they want. They know that the way they've been moving is only causing setbacks for them, or endings for them. You know, it's a person who really has to heal and make things better. Someone has to be right about this. You know, this has to be right. And this is what they're stressing about. You know, someone's in their head about this because there has to be action that happens. Someone's trying to figure out how to you know, it's like people that are acting like they're okay, but they are angry, collective. You got a lot of people in your energy that are mad, pissed, okay? And it's because you figured it out, collective, and people don't like that. People don't like the way you handle certain situations. And I'm going to tell you, to make these people matter by not always having to address what you know is right, collective. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's best to not, like, even though it may make you feel hurt, even though it may make you feel down, sometimes it's best to just be quiet, you know? My auntie was telling me that today. Tell me more, ancestors, please. Give me more information. So yeah, the Sun card is here with the King of Wands. It's giving me that spirit is like, you know, hold your own, collective. That's what you know. This is about success. This is about new opportunities. This is what someone is stressed about. So with the Nine of Swords, someone's stressing. Someone could be wanting to come towards you. Clarify, what do they want from the collective? What do this person want from the collective? They wanna like slowly work on something. They wanna heal something. This is a person that wants to, they secretly want to do this, but I feel like you blocked this person or a group of people. Clarify the Three of Cups. Yeah, A group of people are pissed at you, collective. I'm telling you, someone is so angry. And we're going to get to the bottom of this anger. Most High God, I can't, let's see. I can't wait till my clarifiers come out. Tell me about the Five of Wands. Clarify the energy behind the Five of Wands and the Three of Cups here. What happened? What's going on with this Five of Wands energy, ancestors? Why is the Five of Wands here? So we got third party situation in a reverse. Clarify this. Five of Wands, a group of these people. Healing era. So it's people who have a lot of tension when it comes to you, collective. These are people who need to do shadow work. These are people that you disincluded yourself from. So it's giving me that you're not going to get involved with someone's negativity. You'll rather disengage. You know, the problem is you're not going back and forth. You not doing what they want you to do causes a lot of pain for these people. Tell me more. Yeah, these are people who like into gossip, lying about who they are. They're envious watching you, collective. You know, these are people that are all about money. It's like family drama. It's a lot of drama going on. A lot of information being held and you disengaging. Tell me more about the Five of Wands. What are these people pissed at? People who are nervous and you know, it's just about your good luck. People who are mad. There's people are mad. They're angry because of your disengagement. Okay, these are people who feel left out. You know, they want to keep you in their like toxic cycle. You know, these are people that constantly f with you. People who are deceitful. They mislead others. Where you'll have no clarity dealing with these people. You know, these people find you a blessing, and it's a lot of restriction when it comes here to these people because maybe you're disengaging. You're not a part of this wheel, this third party situation, or whoever these people are mad because you're not engaging like they want you to. Clarify more about this Five of Wands energy, ancestors. Give me more information. Why is the Five of Wands here, ancestors? Tell me. It's a group of people, the soul tribe. So let's look into this and see why we got the Five of Wands, Three of Cups. What is this about? People who mad. You got a lot of mad hoes out here, collective. Clarify. See, we got the soul tribe. Clarify this Five of Wands with the Three of Cups. People that are in a bunch of drama. Clarify Five of Wands. No, clarify the soul tribe. Clarify the soul tribe. Okay. So you're rejecting people, which hurts people. Okay? You've evolved, okay? You're coming out evolving. You could be someone's mad because you rejected them. Someone feels so defeated by you. Someone's angry because they want, you know, I see you saying no. Like you're holding, you're like king of swords is someone who knows what they need to do. Someone feels left out of your world, collective. Okay? So this is someone who feels like things aren't really going how they planned. Someone feels kicked out of your world. You know, with the Ace of Wands, like someone who feels uninspired too. Okay? So it's also giving me that you've gained emotional awareness where this is your opportunities here, collective, and the Eight of Cups is you moving on. Someone could be feeling very mad about that, okay? Tell me more. So clarify this Five of Wands energy here. Clarify the Oh, this, you could be 56 years old or 65. Shout out to all the 50 and 60-year-olds. So it's talking about alliances, okay? Acceptance, union, good times, support, alliances, family, coming together, friends, celebrations, bonds, like-mindedness, community integration, tribe, group, connection. Building together, home, culture, nation, gang, kindred, and spirit. So this could be a family that wants you to be around them. Clarify this soul tribe ancestors. So yeah, these are people that don't care about you or you don't care about them. Okay, this is a community of people who are in alliance. Okay, these are people. Clarify luck. Okay, so they find you to be good luck. This is a family. These are people who feel restricted. They're scared. Okay, these are people who are wanting to take something from you that is yours, and they want to entice you and indulge you, or like get you to feel. They want to get you to feel like overloaded or stressed. Okay, these are people who want to entice you into feeling overwhelmed, but with the overwhelmed card coming in reverse, so I don't feel you feel like that. And these are people who could be feeling upset about that. Tell me more, ancestors. Clarify the alliance. Clarify alliance. Yeah, it's a water sign, man. Could be a Cancer, Scorpio, or a Pisces. We got 10 of Wands, 6 of Swords, the Moon in reverse. It's the truth. You know, this is being revealed. We got the 10 of Cups with the 6 of Cups. This is someone who remembers happiness in the past, remembers fulfillment, remembers that love that you gave, collective. This is someone who sees that you've manifested, or you are in this phase of manifesting. You know, you're in this phase of creating collective with the 9 of Pentacles and the Magician. It's giving me that you are in control, you know. Clarify more about this. Yeah, with the Death card, it's saying that you're controlling your outcomes, collective. The Death card is saying that there is transformation in the ending. Someone is mad. It could be a family member who's mad about you not engaging with them no more. So there could be a part of some sort of alliance that could be even stressful to them. Clarify this alliance in this family. Clarify the energy behind the alliance in the family. Clarify. Yeah, this King of Pentacles. It's an earth sign, man. Who else? All these people connected to this family. So we got the Hangman, the 10 of Pentacles, the Temperance, 4 of Pentacles. People who are trying to protect their money, trying to protect their legacy. Clarify information about this 10 of Pentacles. Yeah, so these are people stressing about the opportunities that you could be having, or stressing about giving you an opportunity. People who someone got a lot of anxiety right now. I don't even feel like this person has been sleeping. So is this, hold on. These people, they going through a collective. I'm telling you. These are a group. This is like a community of people going through a lot. Clarify this 10 of Pentacles with the soul tribe. What's going on with these people? Tell me more. Yeah, so when coach is in the reversal, it's giving me that there's someone who don't even know what to do anymore. They don't know what to do. They don't know what guidance to give, what direction they're going in. It's like the blind leading the blind. Clarify more. So yeah, these are people that don't know how to get. It's someone who's imagining like kinship with you, marriage with you, some sort of relationship is what someone is trying to see. Someone wants, okay? So it's someone who could be feeling stubborn or feeling like your self-love is getting in the way of their manifestations. This is someone who's trying to hold on to you. They could be having nightmares. And I feel like whatever they are trying to manifest, when it gets, when it talks about like eternal, like a relationship, like this is a family who's trying to get you to get back with somebody. Tell me more. Yeah, people that are in their ego and want to come around and apologize to you. Okay? So they're all working together to try to get this to happen. These are people waiting on it to happen. So let's find out, why do they want it to happen so bad? This is people committed to this. Why do they want this to happen? Because they want to, like, these are people who want to, it's giving me like someone wants to what is the word? Someone wants to force you into something. Someone wants to force you either in a relationship. They want to get you to do what they want, okay? It's like bully you into a situation where you're unable to say no. It's someone who even don't want to like intimidate you or pressure you. Like provoke you. Like someone wants to make you feel like this is it. Okay? And I declare, decree, and establish that the highest form of righteous judgment be placed upon each and every one of these family members or these people that are in alliances to like try to do this to the collective and myself. I ask the Most High God, cancel every wicked plan and agenda that these people have for the collective. I ask that it be canceled, oh God, that you clear the collective's path, clarify the bully. Yeah, so these are people that know, like, even if you took, even if they like tried to give you this offer, you're gonna kindly say no. With the world card, it's over. It's a completion. People from the past, you're not dealing with like that. You're not dealing with these people. That cycle is done, okay? So these are people who are committed to getting you to feel any other way. Tell me more and clarify the bully. Yeah, it's an earth sign man who's involved in this. He's invested. But with the Ace of Swords, you know, there's a person that's very hard of hearing, hard of, they don't want it no other way. Ace of Swords, like someone don't even want to understand what you saying. Clarify Ace of Swords reverse. Yeah, it's someone who wants to still control things, but with the world card, with the death card and the magician, it's someone who cannot control your emotions, collective. They can't, because you're satisfied with who you are. You know, so these are people mad because they can't get their way with you. Someone's pissed. You know what you say, even if you said, "Oh, I'm done," someone is just like, "Oh, I'm not taking no for an answer." You know, we're gonna work up against the collective. We're gonna make them feel like it's nothing else they can do, nothing else they can do but go back. Listen here, if God put you on this journey, it was never hard for you. Okay, if God put you on this journey, baby, your journey is to break the generational curse. I want you to just say, okay, God, I'm going to do it, because this is what your ancestors been needing you to do. They've been going through these cycles for centuries, collective. They chose you. You are the one to end this generational curse. You are the one to break the cycle. And since, if you know what you're here for, then, you know, I want you to be dedicated to what God has called you to be here for, collective. I don't care what these people's agenda is for. Every agenda that is had by the the enemy, collective, is canceled. And I know it could be hard, it could be painful, you know, what you're going through, it could make you feel all sorts of ways, collective, but remember, this was your mission, collective. This was your mission, okay? And there are people who are so angry, collective. The devil with the 8 of Wands, I'm telling you, you come here for a reason. And because you come here for a reason, it's bigger than you. It's bigger than you. This is someone who's really in this energy of wanting to attach you to a relationship. A group of people talking about a relationship. A group of people. Messages are like out. People are addicted to you, collective. Like you are on someone's mind heavily. It's giving a burden. Like people are trying to figure out how to get to you, how to find where you are. These are people watching you constantly. People talking about you so bad, talking about what you brought as an individual to people. You brought a lot of happiness. These are people who are laughing about it, people who you walked away from. So Three of Pentacles are people that either feel like they have to walk away. It's because God sent you on a mission, and you cannot care about people's emotions, because the thing is, people are not where you are spiritually. People are not where you are mentally. People are people a lot of these people, they wouldn't even understand a mission if they whole life depended on it. It's because there are a lot of people who are so committed to doing what their flesh tells them to do. So if someone's flesh is telling you what to do, you have no internal experience when it comes to your higher self. Your higher self is always leading you to a higher understanding. But there are people who are stuck in a 1D realm, 1D thought pattern. You know what I'm saying? That want to keep you stuck where they stuck. But even if they like try to do that on the physical realm, collective, on the 3D realm, you're never going to be stuck like these people. You've evolved. So, it's another thing. Like, people are like jealous of your spiritual evolvement, where you are, when it comes to your opportunities, and where you are spiritually could be affecting a lot of people, collective, because even when people try to compete with you, they cannot throw what they have in your face, because you don't care about that shit. So what else can they do, collective? If you love yourself, if you're satisfied with what God is giving you, and I'm not saying you're satisfied, but you're in this phase where you realize that what is for you is for you. What God has for you is for you. And it's no need for you to feel any type of way about what someone else has. Even though there's a lot of people who are easily thrown into that energy, people are wondering why you're not like that. Why is the collective so at peace? So these are people who thought you lose your mind because people thought that you were materialistic. What they're finding out is that you're just, you're someone who's loyal to your destination. Okay, you have your head down. It's you who is you are loyal to yourself, to your path. When it comes to mastering yourself, you doing work on yourself continuously is what a lot of people don't like about you, collective. This is where people are. And I was listening to a reader who said that someone wants to like trade, like they want to trade who they are with you. And what did she say? She said, dang, I forget how she said it. She said something like, it was just right there. It just disappeared. She said something about they can't be you. I forget how she said that. Damn, it was right on. I was gonna say it, but I was about to say it. But how I'll explain it is, there are people that, oh yeah, she said spiritually lazy. Okay? So there are people who are spiritually lazy, people that don't have the tenacity or the strength to do half of the things that you know how to do. You're always pouring into yourself. That's the problem. When you start pouring into yourself and giving yourself love, like you've been doing this for a long time with the Six of Cups. This has been a while since you've been working on yourself. This is how you become who you are, collective. So you've been building self-love for a long time when it comes to your legacy. Because the issue is, a lot of people think that the tangible things are legacy, which it is, but you don't do it that way. When you do it backwards, you become materialistic. When you do it backwards, you become competitive with others. You're comparing yourself constantly with other people. Where you are, collective, it's a shocking It's giving people someone is shocked. You know, this is shocking to someone who is trying to be calm about who they are. You know, it's like, oh my God, like I've done it wrong. You know, someone who is realizing that, you know, they don't have it all together. And not to say you have it all together like that, but you recognize that in order for you to be in a specific position in your life when it comes to a required type of self-love, a required type of legacy collective, this is required. Like a lot of people are missing prerequisites when it comes to how they become who they are. There are people who become who they are and lack prerequisites in their life. People that don't have the they don't have the certification to actually say, you know, well, I da 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 da, I'm this. Like you could say that, but really internally you know who you are. And so when it comes to you, collective, and you who is doing the work, have done the work, and are doing the work, you are someone who is you just like no other, you know. And there are people who have not done half of the things you've done. Okay, when it comes to you knowing thyself, loving thyself, honoring thyself, gaining that relationship with the Most High. Many talk about it, but a lot of people aren't really about that life, collective, and that's the problem. This is the shocking point of it all. The point of it all is that there are people who talk and act, but they're not. And I'd rather be someone who is rather than look like it. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, everyone has to face their own selves when they get home, when they look in the mirror, you know. We all have to realize, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it don't matter if you don't realize, because at the end of the day, you are who you are. You are who you are. And there are many people who ain't about that life and who ain't never been about that life. People talk about it, but they're not it, collective. You know what I'm saying? And these are the very people that you've learned from, collective. You know, now people are like, well, can I? No. No. Like, you got to do your own work. You got to do your own work. You know, God had a whole plan for you. Everyone has their own print, their own fingerprint. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, if you got your own fingerprint, if you got your own fingerprint, then you have your own life path. You know what I'm saying? So it's people that want some of you, but the issue is these are people you've outgrown. Tell me more. Yeah. You know, these are people who want relationship with you, but they messed that up too, collective. You know, the contract is torn up. The contract is torn up. And these are all the things that you possibly went through with these people. This is what you realize about certain people. You know, you've been very calm throughout what you've gone through with these particular people that are like feeling away. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting like, this is what they had you in. This was what your clarity. You know, you're realizing like the mask coming off. People who were faking it for a long time, you see the mask coming off. People who weren't who they say they were. You know, it's just a lot of chaos going on in that picture. So if you were to like deal with these people, this is what you'll be signing into. This is what you'll be signing into. These are the experiences that you will be connecting to, collective. So be careful about your connections, because you know, even when you think about how like who you had a child with or something like that, this could very much be that type of contract here, collective. Like if you are a young woman and you don't have children, be careful to get in contracts like these, because this type of contract is going to lead you in a whirlwind of chaos. And you don't want that. If you've evolved through that already, then you come into this King of Cups energy where you're like, you know what? I am balanced now. I am emotionally calm. Like these people have helped me to come back to square one. You know, where I'm like, I have outgrown a lot of these, like this stuff here. It you know, the chaos, even though I don't like it, it's still, you know, if I were to encounter it, I'm in this phase in my life where I'm emotionally calm when dealing with either people like this, you know. But what contracts are you signing when it comes to this type of energy? It's like a lot of scattered energy. This is what you're saying no to. You're like, no, like I'm protecting my legacy. I'm protecting myself, my value, my worth. Like, you know, you're here protecting yourself. You know, it's giving me that you're still, you're inspired about life. You know, you have so much to give and you're just not going to give it to anybody. You know, and these people could be the anybody's for you. You know what I'm saying? So we got this Queen of Wands with the, you're coming out as someone who's very bright, beautiful, collective. You're coming out as someone who's very, you know, you got that glow, collective. Queen of Wands with the Empress and the World card is telling me that you've completed a cycle successfully. You know, this is someone who's expanded beyond measure. Like, you know, you cannot even measure half of the things that you've gone through, collective. A lot of these things are internal things that will never be able to be measured, because it's all about karmic lessons that will assist you in either growing or staying stagnant. And what I'm seeing here is that you've grown, you've grown beyond where you should be. You know, Queen of Wands and the Empress together. You know, this is a beautiful woman who is vibrant. Not only vibrant, you're nurturing. Like, you're every woman in the deck, collective. You know, this irritates a lot of people. Look at this. Queen of Pentacles. Like, you are, baby, you're getting to a very financial, like your financial stability could be coming in soon as well. There's a new beginning for finances to be better for you too. Tell me more, ancestors. Yeah. King of Swords with the Strength card. It's like you gaining clarity of your strength. You know, you recognize that your strength ain't no joke. People know that too. People realize that. That's the fact. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. It's like that, and that's the way it is. The Strength card is your power, your strength, your ability to address certain issues that are very hard to face for others, collective. You know, it's difficult. But with the King of Swords, like someone who's gotten clarity about this. This is facts. Okay? This is facts. And this is what makes someone feel uncomfortable about the facts that they know about you. No one can lie on you like they really want, collective. Everyone knows the truth. You know what I'm saying? As much as people want to lie, you know, there are people are trying to figure out how to lie. People are trying to figure out how to be deceitful with the Seven of Swords. Ain't that crazy how it came out? There are choices that are needed to be made. Clarify this Seven of Swords with the Two of Swords, ancestors. It's Four of Cups. So it's someone who's trying to get you to open yourself up. Okay? Tell me what they want to do. Yeah. Nine of Pentacles with the Five of Pentacles. It's you going through like, I mean, you may have gone through a lot which caused you to be left out. Clarify the Five of Pentacles, ancestors. Clarify the Five of Pentacles. It's people who feel restricted. Their alliances are not working, collective, and it's because of your independence. Okay? So your independence disturbs people who feel left out, who feel like they don't, you know, four of cups in reverse is like someone who's trying to open a new opportunity. Yeah, it's like someone who's it's someone who's becoming emotionally open, you know. Someone who wants you to be emotionally open. Clarify this four of cups ancestors. Why is the four of cups here? Why is this four of cups here? Definitely want you to be open. Knight of Swords with the Ace of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles. Oh, it's a new opportunity. What is this opportunity? What is this opportunity, collective? Most High. Most High. Please tell me what the opportunity is. What is this? High Priestess. Someone gonna trick you. What is this new opportunity? What is the new opportunity? What is this new opportunity? Knight of Wands. What is this new opportunity? Collective, I'm telling you, it's not a good idea. Okay, the Fool in reverse is, it would be very crazy if you, and I'm going to use the word stupid, okay? I have to use that word because someone wants to come in fast. They're wanting to be very reckless, okay? This is just something you have to walk away from. Someone is not, you know, Knight of Wands, the Fool in reverse, the High Priestess, someone who has a lot to say but ain't going to be saying nothing. They want to take action towards you. This is someone who's inspired about a new beginning, but they cannot be upfront with you, okay? Clarify this Fool card. Clarify the Fool. They want to heal things, but the issue is this Knight of Swords in reverse is someone who's very impulsive. They want things their way. They want to force you, okay? And tell me more about this Knight of Swords. Tell me more. It's a family. You know, with the Justice, clarify Justice. You made up your mind, okay? Clarify the Justice card. Yep. You Queen of Swords, collective. You got the truth. This same cards come out, okay? You got other plans. You got other plans for your life. Your plans are not the same as these people's plans, collective. These are people who want it their way. This is not Burger King. Queen of Swords, Ace of Swords, Three of Wands is someone who knows what you want and desire in your life, and you already see things for what they are. You got the receipts, collective. Look at that. You have the receipts already. So for you to deal with this person, it just will be crazy. All right, your justice is knowing the truth. The problem is this person, they're coming out as the High Priest in reverse, but the High Priest in the upright is you having awareness of how you should treat certain relationships. Someone wants a relationship with you that is over. Four of Wands with the Death card, it's over. You're protecting yourself, and your ancestors are not playing. They're like, no. Your ancestors are like, you come too far. You come too far to go through that again. It would be silly of you to go through something that you've learned from, that you've evolved from, especially if someone's coming in there as the Fool in reverse, someone who's coming in as the Seven of Swords, someone who's not going to be upfront with you. This is a person who's, the truth ain't in them. They have to move in ways that are not fair, that are not going to assist your growth at all, okay? The problem is the contract would be a whole tower. That would be this type of energy here. This is what you'll be getting into. This is what you'll be signing. They like, yo, can you sign another contract with me? Okay? This is what they want you to sign. This is exactly what they want you to sign. Don't that look like chaos and false mask? Like, first off, you've been there, done that if the masks are falling off. If the Tower card is in the reversal, you've been through that collective. You've already exposed a lot of these things. This person possibly want to get with you too because of money. All right? Be careful. Someone wants to be in your energy. And I don't care how it look, collective, you're on your right path. Okay? I don't care what is being done behind the scenes. You know, it may Spirit is like, continue to pour into yourself. It's not over for you. Continue to do the work. Do not give up on yourself. Do not go do not let this stay on your path. Okay? The Wheel of Fortune, you know, this is like your grandma who passed away, who was stuck on this side, the side where there was no hope, no promises, no future. You know, this is where your ancestors, some of them are stuck. They're like, no, go the other way. Follow the yellow brick road. Because where you're looking over here. No. They're like, go this way. They're leading you on a path. They said, we've had enough. We don't want to go through this no more. We're going to lead you on the right path. Okay? So with that said, it's difficult for a lot of these people. People who think that you're fake. People who are mad at you for walking away. People who brought a lot of stress and, you know, just a lot of negative energy to your life, collective. These are people that still want to hold on to you. People who want you to hold their guilt, their shame, their manipulation, their control issues, their expectations of you, and, you know, their constant patterns, their cycles that they want you to go through, okay? Their toxic love. Like, this is what you're not doing, okay? Tell me more, ancestors. You ain't missing nothing, collective. I promise you, you're not. Page of Cups. This is an offer from the past. Someone wants to bring in a love offer from the past. Tell me more. It's a King of Wands in a reversal, collective. This is someone who's very arrogant. Someone who doesn't have, they want things their way. You know, they're not going to be good to you. Clarify this, King of Wands. Okay? They're in their ego. This is a person who's angry about money, angry about a relationship. Five of Wands energy, someone who's competing with you when it comes to, like, I don't know if this is money. Ancestors, what is this Ten of Pentacles? Is this a relationship, or is someone who wants to invest, or they're wanting to create money? This is a person who wants to create, like, a legacy. They want to control. They're moving with a bunch of people who are collaborating for this money, okay? They're going to betray you, all right? So you better not go back. Clarify this Ten of Pentacles. Yeah, they're trying to see, controlling you will assist them. This is people who want to put you in submission, okay? And in order for them to put you in submission, people got to make you feel as if you're lacking. But if you love yourself, and if you are okay with where you are, Spirit is telling you that you're already blessed. You know what I'm saying? These people, they want to put you in difficult, they want to trap you, collective. This is what they want. They want to trap you. They want to make you feel as if you're lacking. They want to put you in a very defeated place where homelessness, right? You know, someone who wants to gain from you. These are people that want you to be looking up to them as if they're, you know, can you imagine, like, looking up to somebody who may not be, like, a good person? Or, like, if y'all seen Crooklyn, I don't remember this guy's name on Crooklyn, but he would be on the steps and everybody, like, they'll be so happy to see him. They'll be like, oh, look, brother, what's up, my man? Look, what's up, my brother? And, you know, one day he ended up going to jail for fighting a neighbor. And people were just so ashamed of him or felt bad for him or something. I don't know. Like, I'm just getting people that's the energy I'm getting. Like, people who you could have looked up to at one point and you don't see them like that no more. So people could be furious because it's like, what you mean? Like, you don't see me like you used to see me. Like, people that you used to, even with the Six of Cups and the little girl. Like, you used to see this person as someone who could not do nothing wrong, collective. You looked up to this person, you liked this person, you appreciated this person, you respected this person. You don't see that no more. And someone feels really sad about that. And you don't see them how you used to no more. Okay? And this is what's scary to this person. They scared. They don't like how you look at them. Okay? You're no longer stuck in how you see someone. Okay? Hierophant is you've learned a lot. Maybe you were in a adolescent stage, because adults can be in adolescent stage, in an adolescent stage. You could be in an adolescent stage at the age of 50. I was just telling somebody, like, you too old. You too old for this. Like, you telling me you did that? You too old. Hey. So yeah, what the Hierophant is, you outgrown people and certain experiences. You've gotten clarity. You've gotten the receipts, and someone may, like, you're not stuck in seeing what things are. Two of Swords reverse, Hierophant, that's you recognizing what you know. Okay? Like, someone don't like what you know. But with the Nine of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles, it shows that you are grounded. It shows that you are fulfilled within. Your fulfillment within is giving you new offers, collective, and that could be stressing someone. It could also stress someone that they want to offer you something and know they can't. Okay? It's someone who may want to come around. The issue is you've evolved. Your evolvement is stressing people out, collective. People that would like to work with you, people who would like to come around. You've learned your lessons. And I mean, it's people who want to still stay inspired, but with the Seven of Cups, it's like people don't know what to do anymore with you. It's like you possibly checked off everything that the enemy wanted you not to learn in your life. With the Ace of Cups is you fulfilled certain patterns in your life that could possibly cause others to feel as if they got a lot to do as well. People are caught in, well, what should I do? How should I handle this? How should I handle that? Clarify the Seven of Cups, ancestors. Yeah, that's the truth. High Priestess. Okay? So these are people who, you've gotten clarity on how to close out certain cycles. The World card is here with the High Priest. You are very clear on how you feel. You are very clear on how you feel about people. Okay? So with you being very clear on how you feel about people, it makes people feel away. The Death card, baby. You closed out that cycle. You've been there and you've done that. Okay? So why would you go back to high school and you've been there and done that? That would be crazy. Okay? Song I'm getting is been there, done that. We used to have rap songs that had like words to it. Now these rap songs, like, you don't know half of what these people say. Shout out to Dr. Dre.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds of Liberty Mutual. Maybe where's the golf carts? Yo, man, I think your wife is. Oh. It's me, sir. Come in.
clarify this.
Excuse me, once your wife arrives in 30 minutes, we have a 30-minute drive.
So this is what you're rejecting. It came out. It was supposed to be in the upright, but you're rejecting. You have to reject certain offers so that you can move forward and heal. Okay, that's the problem. People don't like that, collective. Make sure y'all hit the like button, please. Support the channel. Okay, this is what you gotten clarity on. Queen of Swords. You gotten clarity. You know, the Hangman. Like, you realize that. There are a lot of people that realize that too. You know, you know, baby. Someone will be a fool. Someone will be a fool to like disrespect you. You know what I'm saying? You've reached certain levels in your life that a lot of people that have been disrespectful to you will never be able to reach. And it's because they, like another reader said, are lazy spiritually. You know, you are not spiritually lazy, collective, but people, there are a lot of people that are mad at you and your growth. People mad, but they've helped you do it. These are the very people that came for you, collective. You know, mad about the past. Looking at, they like seven of cups with the, you know, these are people that are counting, oh, I did this for you, I did that for you. You know, people are mad that you become who you really are, okay? These are people that you possibly looked up to in your lifetime. All right? So, you getting victory, collective. 3 of Wands, movement happening in your life. You know, don't ever give up on yourself, okay? People, they're not high enough to reach your level. You know, these are people struggling to know that. You can never, ever, never, ever, never, ever, 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 ever get on my level. Get on my level, ho. Get on my level. Get on my level. On the collective level. You mad because you have not done no work. But you've done a lot of disrespectful shit. You know what I'm saying? And the more disrespectful shit you do is the more you're going to find yourself in the same place that you're at. Which is why the collective ain't dealing with your ass. Okay? So with the 10 of Pentacles, the 6 of... the 6 of Cups... Excuse me, collective. One moment. The 6 of Cups, Knight of Pentacles, and the 10 of Pentacles are people mad because of what you brought. People are mad because of what you brought. People got a problem with what you brought, collective. Someone who watching you. This is a person that want to rush in. They stressing about what you brought to them. You were the whole package, okay? And they're trying to figure out how to get their, how to, you know, they're like, well, how can I get this with the collective? You can't, because, let's see, the cycle's over. Clarify the 7 of Cups. They find you to be a gift, collective. They, you know, you got good news coming. These are people nervous about where you're headed in your life, okay? You got new opportunities. You're not going through this shit for nothing. You really think that God is going to put you through all this for no reason? Come on now, collective. Think, okay? You're going to be fine, okay? You got good news that someone's stressing about. Clarify this. Ace of Pentacles, Queen of Wands, Knight of Pentacles, 7 of, like, all these people in your energy, collective. Queen of Swords. These are people who are sad. You know, they've made many, they've had, like, every agenda that they had towards you only caused you to get justice. All right? So people may think that they're in control, but you're protected, and that's what people don't like, collective. All right. I want you to continue to keep growing, keep going, and continue to be inspired about life, collective. There ain't no person on this earth that is going to take away your journey, your path. Okay. I don't care what they do. These people, they went as far as trying to foreshadow and all the things these people know that they were up to, and everybody that is involved, everyone who is who's agreed to it, you under judgment. The cycle is closing, collective. I want you to stay strong in who you are and keep it moving. Never look back. Never look back. You have no opportunity in your past, okay? You're only gonna be stuck in your past. You will only be stuck in your past. Protect your legacy. Protect your opportunities. All right? I want you to stay strong, because there are people who are obsessively on their mind about you, collective. People who are thinking on how to get to you. People who are obsessed. They trying to figure it out, collective. These are people who know that they cannot come for you. Tell me about this, ancestors, this devil energy here. Clarify this devil energy. Someone don't want to hear what I say. Ace of Swords, someone's like, I don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. But they're going to hear it because the rejection. You're rejecting this and moving forward. This is the very person who stabbed you right in the back, collective. Someone who did you dirty. Did you in. Your ancestors like, if you don't get your ass on that yellow brick road, I'm going to whip your ass. Collective, this is a fire sign man or someone who's heartbroken, going through a lot of pain right now, feeling as if it's a struggle, someone who claims to care about you. You got a few people, a water sign, a sun, the Leo, King of Wands in reverse, child. Arrogant people, mad. People are pissed at you, collective. People watching you with attitudes. These are people that are mad that they cannot get their way. I'm saying, I'm going to ask God to like get on. You know what I'm saying? Like you obsessed piece of shit. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way. These are people, they don't want to take no for off. They don't want to take no for an answer. These are people sad because they don't want to take no. The tower is like, someone messed this shit up. You know what I'm saying? So these are people talking a lot about you in the past, collective. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's see what they're talking about. Spirit, what is these people talking about? What are they talking about? They're talking about how you're going to be doing you. Shocked that you're choosing yourself. Yeah, they're talking about how they're jealous of you. People who got an issue with you, jealousy. These are people who could be feeling like whatever blessings they thought they had are causing them to possibly go to jail. Okay? These are people shocked about a turnout, how they thought something was going to turn out. Someone's wishing they regret that they did what they did, collective. Okay? So when it comes to the song, been there, done that. I've been there, done that. You got guns, yo, I got straps. A million mother effers on the planet Earth talk that hard BS because that's all they worth. I've been there and done that. You got guns, yo, I got straps. A million mother effers on the planet Earth talk that BS, cause that's all they worth. No question, it's all about the DOE. So if money is the root, I want the whole damn tree. Ain't trying to stick ain't trying to stick around for Illuminati. Got to buy my own island by the year 2G. Since way back, I've been collecting my fee. With the 48 tracks and the MIC, got a palace in the hills overlooking the sea. It's worth eight. It's worth eight, but I only paid 5.3 worldwide like the triple beam. I slide listening to your demo in a stretch limo. It's how I ride, cartel style, vault stacked to the max now. $1 million smiles, niggas wonder how. Dre day every day, trips to the Montego Bay with more chips than Frito Lay. Floss jewels and attire ain't nothing flyer. Straight or illegal is still the root of all evil. Hold on, guys. Young black Rockefeller, hella Swiss and mozzarella pocket sweller, getting money like a bank teller. Cause a fool and his dough soon split. So when you come across a fool, get all that you can get. Ladies, get your papers too. Don't expect for no man to support you. Keep it true, cause most niggas erase hoes that out for the pesos. My woman's independent, making dough by the caseload. I'ma keep building, make a killing, kick back, relax, and grow old with my million. That's where it's at. You got drama, I got the gap, but we both black, so I don't want to lay you flat. Instead, let's get paper while it's paper to get. So these people may want money from you. This is for the millionaires. Throw a stack in the air and watch a nigga stay plotting. Bees start to stare, cause game is money and money is game. And broke, you know what? Make the 45 plain with no shame. Now many people die over these dead green guys. Ignorance and greed take they ass by surprise. It's the root of all evil sins. Yet and still it makes the world go round. Like my 20-inch rims, moolah, y'all platinum plaques cover my walls. Grinding, shining, without one flaw. Luciano in all amounts. That's all that count. Cause I've been there, done that. Whew. Okay. So what I'm getting, we can clarify this song and see what it's meaning. But it's people who are talking about the past a lot. There are a lot of people that are mad at you because they can't get their way. So these could be people that want money out of you, collective. Clarify the Eight of Wands. We already did. Yeah. So that's the truth. Okay? So these were people, sorry guys. These were people that wanted money. They want money from you, collective. I'm telling you, these are people that are trying to get money out of you. All right? When it comes to that money, people are, tell me more. Yeah. We got, so what I'm seeing here is balance happening for you. And your work ethic, collective. You're coming into you know, you've been betrayed, okay? You're coming out of this, and with the star, it's like you healing. You're coming out of a difficult spot. It's what you realize, you know, you come into clarity on your healing collective where you're going to get justice, okay? So you honoring yourself is causing for, you know, new opportunities, you know, victory in your life, okay? And there are people who are frustrated with you, people who are very frustrated with you because maybe they thought that you were like, you know, like taking candy from a baby. Like someone thought that they could easily come up off of you, and that just ain't it. I told y'all where I'm at. Like you gonna die trying. I'm a die trying. No one's going to come for the collective or myself without a struggle. You know, it's never gonna be easy. You know what I'm saying? So with that said, there are people who want to come back around you, and they're trying to figure out the best time to do it because they want to manipulate and control you, collective. The problem is they can't do it, okay? I don't even see you compromising with these people. They know your worth, okay? They know what you bring. And so you could be worth millions and not even know it, okay? You could be worth a lot of money, collective. And there are people who are angry because they thought that they could gain off of you. Okay? You walking around and you don't even know that you're a damn millionaire. You're walking around and you don't even know how abundant and successful you are. Okay? So we got people who are sad about the justice that you're going to be getting. People who feel like they've taken huge loss for what they've gone into. This earth sign man could be feeling like sad because they're not getting what they thought they were getting because there's justice that has to happen. You know, these are people who see you in your working on your independence, collective. Okay? With the Ten of Swords, people who betrayed you, collective, over and over again. People, your own family, okay? After betraying you, they want to heal things with you. They want new beginnings. But the thing is, they cannot be loyal to you. These are people who are shisty. And they're trying to figure out how to come around, collective. But with the Seven of Wands and the Empress energy, is you're protective of your energy, collective. You've healed from these people. It's no longer what it used to be. All right? And it never will be. Okay? It's your new opportunities. Ace of Pentacles, you're coming into new offers. With the Ace of Swords is what you're clear on, okay? So Spirit is telling you to continue to be practical. Continue to work behind the scenes, collective. And close out cycles that no longer serve you. Because as long as you're continuing to be faithful to your journey, you'll be fine. There are people who want to be, who are like in this Five of Swords energy, people that don't care about what I say. You know, there are people that are like, oh, we don't care what the collective say. We don't care what the collective do. We're going to do whatever we can to see how we can get in. But the issue is they're not getting in. You're rejected. You're not going to be getting in the collective's energy. The collective said no. So, you know, the problem is people, they're not going to do, they have to be strategic with you. They cannot just easily come in the way they want to, collective. And the reason why is because these are people who they're like if you'll know too much, okay? It's to the point where my readings have been so clear that these are people who would change certain outcomes of the readings. Like I tell you, oh, someone's gonna be coming to your house doing this and doing that, and it will happen. It's to the point because these people know, because these people are clear that you are very savvy when it comes to your intuition, because you're very savvy and clear when it comes to what you know, what you're aware of. It gives people stress. It's difficult dealing with you, collective. You're too confident. You know, you're walking in your power, and people don't like that. You know? So, you know, with the Sun card, it's just like they've been exposed. You know, so they have to try other ways, collective. These are people who have to plot in better ways, but their ways are not adding up. It's not working. So Page of Wands, the Knight of Wands are people who feel as if their actions are only going to create sadness for them. You know, these are people who are in this devil energy, people who are jealous, angry, defeated, you know, people who are mad because they can't get their way. It's an earth sign man who's working with a bunch of people that don't even like his ass. You know, these are people who want to come around you and get that emotion out of you that you're not giving. Okay, people pissed. Okay, they're mad, they're angry, they're upset. Okay, so with the Five of Swords and the Devil card, let me see. Clarify this, devil ancestors. Clarify the devil. Why is the devil here with the Five of Swords? We got Valak. Hidden dangers may yield unexpected good fortune. These should be discovered naturally and without force. And then we got Grimory, the treasure hidden in a woman's heart. Yields love, affection, companionship. Be successful in seeking it. So these are people who want to like soften your heart, find it hard to do. So they've been doing possibly some sort of someone who's been doing magic on you to like get you to feel how they want you to feel. Tell me about this Valak demon, the Valac, and the Grimory demon. What with the Devil card and the Five of Swords, Five of Cups, Knight of Wands, and the Page of Wands with the Sun card? What would that energy be? What would someone try to get from the collective? Wouldn't someone want to try to get their way with someone? What is this? What does using these two demons together mean? That someone would try to do to the collective. Okay, so it's I want my way and I'm willing to create conflict or emotional pressure to get it. So the spell of Valak, oh shit. Hold on. It's V as in Victor, A as in Allen, L as in land, A as in apple, and C as in candy. You spelled Valak wrong. It's Valak. Oh wait, you did do it right. Okay. So that is the difference from valid. Okay, wait. Okay. So, yes. So valid changes the symbolism from. So it says, yes, take valid completely out. Valid. That changes it. Okay. So historically, valid is the 62. It's the 62 spirit, the 60, what? Oh, the 62nd uh spirit of the Ars Gotia. The Grimoire, specifically associated with Valak, with revealing hidden treasures, hidden things, and locating serpents. It does not traditionally describe Valak as a spirit whose primary function is domination or forcing somebody to obey. So reading Valak and Grimoire, so it's saying that Valak, what's hidden? Where is it? Shows me what I can't see. So somebody's interest in the collective looks connected to finding something out, uncovering something hidden, locating something valuable, discovering information, or figuring out what the collective possess, knows, has access to. So so it takes that information, seeks energy somewhere darker in the tarot spread. Let's see. That's control, obsession, manipulation, leverage, winning at somebody else's expense, mind games, and wanting the upper hand. So yes, I want my way with this person. It's still showing, but now I would say it comes primarily from the devil, five of swords, rather than from Valak itself. The combination reads, I need to find out what you have, what you know, and what you're hiding, or what gives you power. And once I know it, I want to use that knowledge to gain an advantage. That's the big difference. Then the Five of Cups looks like disappointment because something already didn't go according to plan. Somebody isn't happy with an outcome. Something they wanted from the collective wasn't available or didn't happen the way they expected. Okay, then I'm trying another route. That's pursuit, impulse, action, messages, testing the waters, initiating something, approaching again, or coming up with a new method. And then the sun blows the whole thing open. Illumination, exposure, visibility, revelation, something being seen clearly. So if you exact what would somebody be trying to get from the collective, this spread reads more strongly as information, access, leverage, a reaction collective. I'm telling you. Okay? They may want to know what the collective knows, where something valuable is, or what they're doing, what's the next move is, what they care about, or what would make them respond. Valak adds that searching for what is hidden thing. The devil, five of swords, says the motive behind obtaining it would be control or getting in an advantage. I'm doing this because I'm ready. I'm already unhappy that I didn't get what I wanted. So I'm going to try something else. And now what I'm doing or why I'm doing it gets exposed. So the correct T is that they want to find out what's hidden. They want to get leverage and control. They're mad or disappointed about not getting their way. Try another approach. The motive or activity comes to light. That is the correct Valak reading. So someone wants to find out how you are handling certain things that are happening in your life. This is someone who has you on like a damn hamster wheel, right? So what they do is create certain obstacles for you to see what will get you to react how they want you to. That way, if anybody else were to expand or become like you, they'll be able to use their experiences for the next person. It's giving me like someone who's trying to find they're trying to find how you are handling your life so peacefully. And they know that it's not a physical or it's not about a tangible or physical aspect of life. This is more spiritual, okay? So the problem is they're never going to find this out, because one thing about the collective is we are advanced. We are in another realm that is not for everybody. I mean, it can be, but there are people, like a reader said, is spiritually lazy. People that are not on the level of the collective. So with that said, there is only a particular high vibration that certain people can enter into. If you are not, if you are not on the specific level mentally and spiritually, you are not going to figure that out. This is omnipotent energy. You cannot measure God. First off, you cannot measure the you cannot measure, like, you can measure emotion, because I know, like, they have tools to measure your emotion, to get you to see how you feel. Like, you can measure emotion, but you cannot measure a particular, you possibly can measure vibration, but just because you can measure it doesn't mean that you can meet someone at that vibration. There are people who are in high places who never experience the level of happiness that you've experienced. They don't like that you've reached that level. They don't like that you are in a very high vibration, a level that many are not at, collective, which is why it irritates and grinds their gears, because this is the level that many are trying to get to, and have been trying to get to, but have difficulty getting to. Okay? Or never even tried. If they can find out how you, if they can measure your level of your higher self, then they're like, okay, well, we can stop this from happening for others. Okay? You're like a damn science. You're like, people don't like that. Tell me more about this energy here. Tell me more. So we got the boon energy. So the boon demon, connect with your ancestors and ask them for guidance, wisdom, and wealth await in equal abundance. So let's clarify this. So you've reached a vibration that is causing you to make people mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are a lot of people mad because they've not reached where you are. Okay? These are people that cannot interfere, or they can't entangle you in a certain energy that they want you in. They can't do it. Tell me what. Clarify, boom. So, boom, we got 10 of Cups reverse. The Moon card reverse. And the King of Wands. Clarify more. We got the Empress reverse. This is a person that's very unconfident, okay? But they look like they're together. They look like they're together. They're mad at you, collective, because someone's insecure. They've not met you at the level you're at. So this is the spirit saying, you know, connect with your ancestors and ask them for guidance. You know, wisdom and wealth await equal abundance. So this is a person that may not have wisdom, may lack in wealth, but let's get more information. Empress reverse, 10 of Cups reverse, Moon card reverse, 6 of Wands, 5 of Swords, King of Wands, and we got the Boon Demon, which is B as in boy, U as in under, N as in Nancy, E as in Edward. I want to know why someone is so mad, because I'm getting that someone can't get their way. Someone can't, they're unconfident. They're not secure in who they are. They don't love themselves. and they're looking, you know, with the Six of Wands, like someone who's wanting to appear like they're trying to present themselves as something that they're not, okay? They're unsatisfied with who they are. And the Five of Swords, King of Wands, is someone who's in their arrogant energy, taking their madness out on you because of what they don't have. And so they're being directed to go within. You know, ancestors live within us. We are our ancestors. You are who your ancestors prayed for. You can't get mad at someone else for who they are, what they've done, you know? So tell me what this is. Someone's pissed at you, collective. They really, like, this is someone who feels very, very inadequate. You know, they have an inadequate energy where someone feels like they can't get it. You know, they're not confident. So yeah, so it says the spirit your spelling is boon, and it's in the Ars Gotia boon is the 26th spirit, and it's traditionally associated with riches, wisdom, eloquence, answering questions, and the dead spellers. So when boon comes up beside a family legacy card like the Ten of Cups reverse, that ancestral family line symbolism jumps out immediately. Now before I go into that, I'm going to read it, but I just want to know where this person's ancestors are. So tell me about their ancestors. How are their ancestors at this time? What's going on with the ancestors when it comes to this person in particular? Seven of Cups. The Knight of Cups. Okay. So these are your ancestors watching you. You know, the ancestors are very clear on what they need. Your ancestors could have possibly been financially stable, but the problem is your ancestors may not know a lot. You know, your ancestors are going through an illusion. They could be having difficulty right now. Tell me, clarify this Seven of Cups energy for the ancestors. Why the Seven of Cups? Because your ancestors are spiritually poor, okay? Your ancestors are suffering, and they're going through huge tower moments because of what you did. Like, you got to help your ancestors, okay? Your ancestors, they feel left behind. So you could have had abundant ancestors possibly who at one point in their life felt as if they were someone who was, you know, up there. But that's the thing. If your ancestors, just because your ancestors could have been rich on the 3D realm, now that they're in, like, now that they're no longer here, they're actually who they really are, because you can't bring those riches with you. You can only bring yourself with you in the other life, okay? And when you bring yourself, this is who you are as a whole. So that's what that Five of Pentacles, Five of Cups, higher, the Tower, and the Ten of Swords. Your ancestors feel like they're going through disastrous moments. They're not happy. They're not pleased, and it's a lot. Okay, so we got the Justice card. We got the Empress, the Page of Wands, and we got the Nine of Swords. So I'm also getting here that there could be a mother. You could have a mother, or there's a mother here that your ancestors are stressing about. How do this person's ancestors feel about this mother? How do these ancestors of this person feel about this mother? How do they feel? Nine of Cups, Knight of Swords, Seven of Cups. They have, they're confused. They're like, they feel it different ways. They do like you. Clarify more. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. they feel like you are someone who brings a lot of like fulfillment. You bring happiness. You bring new beginnings. You know, you're someone who brings like higher lessons, okay? And with the Wheel of Fortune, it's showing me that, you know, you bring new beginnings. These are, you know, your ancestors are trying to, they're like learning, but as they're learning, they got a lot to do. They got a lot of work to do. And they're struggling with that because they feel like they feel low, like your ancestors feel low. And it's because your ancestors may have been abundant on this earth, but they may have gone to the other realm and they're like broke spiritually. This is why it's very important to work on yourself, because you don't think that you a lot of people think, oh, my ancestors, they're dead, my mom died, my grand, like, no. If you don't do your work, it's going to be difficult for your ancestors. I don't care how rich you are. You got work to do. And your ancestors, they're going through huge changes in their life where they're coming up, they're like gaining realization on what is going on, okay? And it's all dealing with justice that has to play out. So it's like energy that was taken from a lot of the collective is being put in to the collective. It's being like regenerated, or I don't know the word. Like, I'm just seeing, you know, whatever was taken from you collective is being given back, okay? And this is from past, this is like from ancestors and people. This could even be like people that are effing with you right now, ancestors, okay? So anyway, let's go to the next part. It says, somebody is not at peace with themselves, their family situation, their emotional foundation, or what their life looks like compared with what they wanted it to look like. The moon reverse says that what's underneath that dissatisfaction is starting to show. The insecurity, hidden feelings, jealousy, resentment, self-deception can't stay covered forever. Then here comes the Six of Wands. But I need everybody to think I'm winning. I told you guys, there's someone who wants to look like they are well put together, but on the inside they're effed up, okay? A effed up individual. So this is someone who's presenting a false reality and not living in their truth. Someone really needs to learn how to realize that they're only hurting themselves when they live like this. So that's the image card. Recognition, applause, validation, being seen as successful, important, admired, chosen, victorious. In this spread, surrounded by those reversals and the Five of Swords, it looks less like genuine confidence and more like needing external validation to cover an internal lack. You know, it's a person who is depressed, collective, they're unhappy. And that's why your interpretation of somebody's presenting themselves as something that they're not makes sense. With the moon reverse sitting right there, collective, that is a reveal. That is someone realizing this, okay? That's information that's come out. So Five of Swords, the King of Wands, where the attitude comes from, someone's mad because I'm angry because I'm not getting what I want. I'm going to make this a competition. I'm going to prove I'm bigger, better, and more powerful. If I can't feel good about myself, I'm going to try and knock you down. All right. King of Wands in this shadow energy can absolutely be pride, arrogance, and entitlement energy. Someone who's has a temper, who's controlling collective, and someone who expects people to move according to what they want. And it's like, who the fuck do you think you are? Like, you're not even that guy. You're not no one to submit to. Like, I would never find myself in the same room as you. If I was, I wouldn't even talk to you, because I don't like people like you. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how successful you are. It be some of these people that feel like, oh, well, I got this, I got that, so you should respect me. Why? Because of what? Like, I don't see you like that. You're like an enemy of mine, because you are someone who wants, you will take You know, this is the very person, let's just say you created something, they'll steal your idea and make it theirs. And because they have like a lot of followers or whatever, like I was watching a video where a girl, crazy, this is so crazy. It was a black girl copying off of a white woman. And everything this white woman did in her video, the black girl was doing in hers. And because the black girl had more followers than the white woman, the black girl was getting all this recognition. And the white girl was saying, like, you know, that is my work. Like, I did that. And I'm telling you, she posted her video and the other girl's video, and they both look just alike. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life, where someone would literally copy you from A to Z. You know, it's a doppelganger that wants to be like you. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, with that said, and Boom makes this spread especially interesting because the historical symbolism isn't primarily attack somebody. It's wealth, wisdom, eloquence, and connection with the dead. So I would read Boom in this particular combination as pointing directly at what this person feels they don't have or what they desperately want to possess. Success, abundance, status, knowledge, confidence, the ability to command attention, and possibly a stronger connection to family legacy, ancestral identity. That's where Ten of Cups reverse Boom gets deep. It's almost like I'm unhappy with my foundation, my family situation, my legacy, my accomplishments, or what was handed down to me. So I'm looking sideways at what you have. Then the Six of Wands says, I want to look like I have what you have. Five of Swords says, and if I can, I have it naturally. I'm going to compete with you, antagonize you, or try to dominate you, because my pride won't allow me to admit that I am actually insecure about it. The Moon reverse is the gag, because that's hidden motive starts becoming visible. The mask doesn't hold. So when you said someone can't get their way, yes, that is sitting heavily in the Five of Swords, King of Wands energy. Somebody's pride is irritated because another person is not behaving according to their expectations. And when you said you can't get mad at somebody else for who they are and what they accomplished, that's basically the lesson sitting between ten of Cups in the reverse and Six of Wands. One person is dissatisfied, or person's dissatisfaction with their own emotional family foundation doesn't make somebody else's victory the problem. The strongest sentence is I get from the whole combination is, you're not really mad at me. You're mad because looking at me reminds you of what you're dissatisfied with in yourself. Someone's mad because they're not you. So when it comes to this family, it looks like if they weren't, maybe they weren't, you know, because I really didn't see no coins in this reading here. So that could be wrong. It could be a family who is in poverty, okay? It could be a family who is learning some things, because maybe this family is looking at you, collective. They're learning a lot. They're stressed. So it could be like people who are evaluating you, people who are trying to control. You know, there's like someone stressing about your ability to be in control. Okay? This is somebody who's in their head about past events that have happened. The issue is, collective, anyone messing with you, they're going to be going through karma. It's not a joke. And a lot of people who F with you, they really, I don't understand. Like, people ain't scared enough, but they gonna be. You know, that's another issue. People who don't get scared until it's too late. But as I repeat myself, this neighbor next door to me, this person gonna go down, and I'm gonna see it with my two eyes, with my own eyes. And this person on the left of me, they're gonna go down too, because it's not even no fucking joke no more. And I'm gonna make sure that my ancestors definitely handle that, and God, in a righteous way, whatever way it have to be, because I've had enough, with them and the people who are hiding behind the scenes, watching your every move, wishing that they were you, wishing that you react how they want you to react. I'm praying that there be righteous judgment, because the thing is, you're not about to sit here and come up off of nobody. Someone wants so badly to, like, they want you're gonna get justice, okay? But someone wants so badly to be, like, in your position, and you're not gonna be in the collective's position because you did not do the work. You ain't put in on this, man. And so because you didn't put in, you ain't about to sit here and get nothing. Okay? So that's the problem with a lot of people. That's the problem with a lot of people. People who are depressed, wanting you to see a psychologist, when really, this is who you need to see, honey. Honey, Miss Champion, something's mentally wrong with you. With the Sun card in reverse, it shows me that you are depressed and unhappy, and you got issues with feeling unsatisfied with who you are as an individual. Because you're unsatisfied and unhappy with who you are as a person, you're mad at someone else who has it together. Okay? Spirit is telling you to transform and to look at things from another perspective, so that you could be more happier with who you are as a person. Because who you tend to represent is a false reality, a false perception of self. And I understand that you may be mad about that, because you want to be somebody that you can't be, which is why you wish someone would be sick enough to have to see a psychologist, when really it's you who needs to see it. Because for anyone to be so upset to hear the message that I'm saying, obviously has to have mental health issues. So I know you definitely have them. I know you're definitely someone who needs to heal and has mental health issues, because you're too mad about what I'm saying. Like, why would you be mad unless you're on the other side effing with people that don't deserve to be effed with? Because I know you mad. You mad because there is a contract that is over, or there is things that are not going your way. And plus, you being under judgment is what you're mad about. You're the one who needs to see a psychologist, honey, because you got mental health issues, and plus you're depressed. So I understand that you want, instead of you facing accountability for your actions and for how you feel, your emotions, you wanting to be mad at someone else for holding their own and you not being able to hold your own. You don't like to hold yourself accountable. So the first thing you will say is go see a psychologist. For you to be so rejective to a message that should help you instead of hurt you, you mad. I understand, what I'm saying, but a quick reading for you would be to learn how to be internally happy instead of being mad at someone else for their own strength and their abilities. Okay, when you learn that, then you could be truly abundant, truly happy within self. You won't be placing or pointing fingers at yourself, or pointing fingers at others and having three fingers pointed back at yourself, which is you who may need to see someone. You may need to seek counseling. You may need to definitely go see someone, because you going through a lot of pain right now. Pain that you thought that the collective would go through. For you to be so, act like you're calm about certain experiences in your life, and just act like, just go day to day acting like, oh, I'm good, I'm okay, instead of actually going to see somebody, you're doing yourself a disservice. Instead of you saying, you know what, maybe something is wrong with me, instead of pointing the other finger back, three fingers back at the collective, it will be your best interest to stop telling people what they need, or telling people, or blaming others for your issues, and just really going to do what you need to do, so that you can seek the help that you need, because you do have people out here who are willing to help you. Okay, so Heaven's Champion, if you are such a champion, you understand, like, we'll be here. Obviously, we're not. You know what I'm saying? You're someone who fakes your life. I see that. But hey, it's not for everybody. Sometimes you may have to come back again to learn the lesson. And that just may be your lesson, your life, you know? And thank God it's your life, because it will never be me, baby. And it ain't gonna be the collective. So that's your short read. Anyway, let's see what else we have, ancestors. Most High God, please give me some more messages. Yeah, so we got the Seven of Cups with the High Priestess and the Ten of Pentacles. So this is someone who's like, oh, well, how do I get this money? How I get this money by tomorrow? How I get this money by tomorrow? You know, these are people mad about your healing, collective, feeling defeated, mad about you being very balanced in who you are. It's a earth sign, man, who's mad at you. You know what I'm saying? Mad at your skills, mad at you mastering who you are. You know, this is a person who is feeling hurt, feeling betrayed, because you're working on yourself. You're focused on your goals. You know, someone didn't think you could do it. Someone didn't think that you had the strength, collective. That's jacked up. Yeah, collective, you got knowledge of self. You know what I'm saying? And you moving forward, okay? You could be a fire sign woman, or you could be a Sagittarius. You could be a air sign woman. You could be a Virgo. Whoever you are, I see you going through, you're getting through a lot, and you're blocking people out of your life that don't deserve to be there. People are mad at you, trying to point the finger, trying to blame you for what they've done. You know, I'm seeing here, they were the reason for your healing, and now people are mad that you're healing and you're moving on. Okay? So with the Eight of Swords, people don't know what to do. They feel restricted, you know? They feel like, what do I do? You know, the thing is, you continue to pour in yourself, you continue to move forward. You know, you got opportunity out here. And people that thought they had a plan when it came to you, they're realizing their plan A ain't working, and most definitely plan B ain't working. This is the shocking point. It's like people, they're tied up. You know, they're tied up. Been working together to see how they can plan a reaction. They want that reaction. Collective, don't give them shit. Don't give them no reaction. Don't give them nothing. They don't deserve it. You know what I'm saying? Come out of the pain that people want you in. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta take that shit like a G. That's what I'm realizing. Take it like a G. Stay right in that Nine of Cups energy where you're fulfilled. Never let no one steal your happiness. You know, this is what they want to do, and you're not going to do it. King of Swords that's facts, baby. That's the truth. All right? People are very, very nervous about that. You know, it's sad that people bank your failures on their success. Well, let them fail every time, collective. They don't deserve no parts of your energy, okay? So when the girl was in her car calling me all sorts of ugly, I'm just like, wow, like, this girl has no clue. You know what I'm saying? Many people, okay, so me not knowing math, with that, just because me being a little illiterate when it comes to math does not make me stupid. You know, I don't see myself as stupid, okay? I'll never see myself how people want to see me, and that's what they're mad about too. You know, if I believed half of what these people wanted me to believe, collective, I would be so low right now. If I believed half of the shit these people wanted me to believe or think about myself, I would be so insecure right now. I would be so, you know, I wouldn't be who I am. So it's never an opportunity for people to make, like, when you're strong in who you are, period, Mary Lott. She said the advice you gave them was good advice. This cannot happen. Nothing was given to me, and I'm not. I know that's right. Yeah, so with that said, collective, you're not, you know, If you believed everything someone told you about you, you would never be who you are today. You can't tell me about me if I know me, if I love myself. You can't tell me I'm stupid. You could say it. You could laugh about it. You could joke about it. You could do all that. But you could never make me feel how you feel about me. I think I'm brilliant. I think I'm smart. I think I'm creative. I know that I have a lot to give when it comes to this life, and I know how to handle, like, I'm a problem solver. So I find solutions to what I don't. Okay, if I don't know math, I'll use a calculator. I'll use a pencil and a paper to figure it out. If I don't, because the thing is, there are many people who dog you out who don't know. Have, like, there are people who are just like you, collective, who are teasing you about the very thing that you may not be good in. Can you imagine someone teasing you about not knowing how to read, or not knowing how to do math, or not knowing how to write, or not knowing how to write a sentence or a paragraph, that is the very person who don't know how to do half of that shit? It's people out here who are dogging you out, who have insecurities, the same insecurities as you, and looking at you as if you're stupid, but they will never tell that they have they have insecurities. These are people out here that, you know what I'm saying, it's like the it's something wrong, you know what I'm saying? So I would always look at people as inspiration, because I heard of people who did not graduate high school, didn't even go to ninth grade, but are millionaires, are doing very well in their life, and they may not be good with writing. They have a team to handle that. They have a team to handle this and that. And of course, you need to learn how to count your money and stuff like that. And you will, you know what I'm saying? But obviously, there are people who've done it and didn't know how. There are people who had to learn a lot, and they got by just fine. They're getting by just fine. So for anyone to try to sit here and call you slow or stupid, or, you know what I'm saying, you don't know what they're not good at. The very thing that they could be teasing you about is the very thing that they may not be good at. And if it's not that, it's something else. Ain't nobody out here perfect. So for you to sit here and try to dog somebody out, oh, they don't know this, they can't even, like, baby, what don't you know? Because I'm sure there are many skeletons in your closet. See, the thing is, many have called all my skeletons out, which caused me to have to face them. You helped me. Thank you. Like, you literally have assisted me in healing, facing what I hid. You know, I was not confident when it came to math. I was not confident when it came to that. It's something about numbers. It's something about it. Like, it's always been, like, the craziest thing is my brother good in math, my auntie good in math, my mom good in math, my mom was good in math, my dad is good in math, my uncle was good in math. Everybody in my family pretty much good with math. But when it comes to me, I'm not good with it. It's just never been something that I was good with. And the thing is, I'm not good in a lot of things, but I am an overachiever. So even like people in my family who went to the highest ranking high schools, I have surpassed. No offense, but people that have gone to very good schools, have graduated from Ivy League schools, and have done very well, who were supposed to do very well, have I've surpassed. You know what I'm saying? And it's not to say, oh, well, I'm doing better than you, or it's just to let you know that just because you go to a good school, oh wait, let me turn it around. Just because you go to a good school don't mean that don't mean shit. That don't mean nothing, because there are many people who went to good schools and they are still got they still got the adolescence mentality. There are grown people with adolescent mentality. There are grown people out here who have who act like they in high school, who act like they're a child, but are the ones who are like in charge of shit, who got authority over things. And it's like, you have a high school mentality. You've not grown now one bit. Like, you've done absolutely nothing when it comes to your development, when it comes to your growth. You know what I'm saying? With the strength card in reverse, it's someone who's possibly falling all out of their chair, because I'm saying this. You know, the thing is, someone who's losing control. And there's justice. Ace of Pentacles with the Justice card. This is someone whose weakness, someone fell weak. It's someone who's clarify this spirit. Why is the strength card in reverse? Because this fire sign man is knowing that it's over. You know, they've like literally lost control, even though they're still trying to come up in the emperor energy. You know, this is a person who's like, you're right, I am weak, you know. And it's no offense, but you know, you gotta realize that, you know, as harsh as it may sound, like someone really need to realize that they're weak. Like, you've done no work, but you're trying to look like you got it all together. You don't have it all together. You're a liar, you're a cheater, and this is what the collective is aware of, okay? We're aware that, you know, you have an energy where you're acting as you're performing. You're a performative type of person. I was just watching what's his name? Young Pharaoh's video, where he was talking about people in Hollywood who are performative, and he was saying if I forget, you know, guys, I'm not into politics and all that, but he was speaking of some sort of community that is in control of certain things. Like, if that building is in Hollywood, or those people are in Hollywood, then how you know they're not acting? You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to like a lot of people collective, they've taken on Hollywood energy, Hollywood performative energy, where these are people who naturally perform in your life, people who are fake, people who wear masks, people who are not real with who they are. They don't even know who they are or whose they are. You know what I'm saying? These people, they're having to be shiesty in order to win and gain. You know, who wants to play this all the time? You know, tell me more. Yeah, Spirit is saying you got to get in alignment. You have to get in alignment. They came from this energy. You know? Yeah, you got choices to make. You know, there are choices to make, especially when it comes to your friends, the people that you're dealing with. Spirit is telling you to cleanse your friends. Like, maybe you need to remove certain friendships from your life. These friends, they're no good. You know, they're leading you in the path where you should not be. You know, I was constantly telling somebody over and over again, this person, they're not your friend. They're going to lead you in the wrong path. And the problem is, this person, they will argue me down like, oh, that, you know, this person is my friend. And I'll be like, no, they're not. Like, this person, they're playing you. They're going to lead you in the wrong direction. And not only did this so-called friend lead this person in the wrong direction, he pulled not only this person in the wrong direction, but he pulled me, my kids in the shit. It's just a disaster. You know what I'm saying? I tell this person, stay away from this person. They're no good. This person, they nose wide open. No. Like, they fought for this. I'm like, you know what? Because it's a hot mess, okay? So it says conflict is around you or is coming soon. However, you are prepared to claim victory. So this is fire sign. Let's see. What is the Eligos Eligos demon? With the world card, Emperor, the High Priestess, Knight of Wands, Eight of Wands, Queen of Pentacles, Seven of Swords, everything fine, Page of Swords, the Strength reverse, Ace of Pentacles, and the Justice card. Clarify the Elio's demon. Clarify with the Three of Swords. Okay? And the Knight of Swords, the Seven of Cups, and the World card. It's someone who's finding it difficult that a cycle is over. Someone don't know what to do. You know, they feel like things have happened so fast. And they're fully aware of new opportunities that you could be getting, collective. What you put out is what you get back is also what this reading is stating, collective. This is what this person took. This person lost their power by giving it to someone else. You had the power all along and you lost it giving it to people that did not deserve it. Okay? So this is the chaos. The conflict around this person is people possibly pulling at this person. Spirit, what is this conflict? What is this conflict around this person? Knight of Swords in reverse. A lot of impulse energy. Clarify the illegals. What is this? The Six of Pentacles and Two of Wands with the Three of Swords is what this person has to choose to give to. Okay? This person is tied to also has an ego's issues with the Three of Wands, the Strength card, and the Devil card. It's someone who's tied to a certain experience or certain people where they're having to look like they're in charge with the King of Pentacles, Six of Wands, and the Moon card. The Hermit card. Queen of Cups, Hierophant, the Temperance, Queen of Wands, Karma being returned, and the Sun card. King of Wands, Ten of Pentacles, Seven of Wands. These are looking like people in higher authority as well. People who are understanding what's happening. What do you say? Yeah, but it's the conflict is trying to release or make decisions to what is this conflict, ancestors? What's this conflict? Connecting and keep going with people that they don't. It's the lesson. It's the justice. It's an understanding. So it says yes, your interpretation is tracking with the card. So it's saying, it says a cycle is closing while somebody is trying to maintain control, authority, or impose or composure. But there are things they already know privately that they are not saying. And it says events or communication, movement, move quickly. Queen of Pentacles, Seven of Swords, everything fine. Page of Swords shows somebody protecting their position, acting like everything is fine, while still being strategic, watching or trying to figure out what happens next. So there's confidence. So it says the Strength reverse with the Three of Swords says their power, confidence has taken a hit. Ace of Pentacles Justice says the focus shifts towards something tangible, money, opportunity, consequences, fairness, or a official outcome. Knight of Swords, Seven of Cups, World says they are mentally scattered because the situation moved faster than they expected. And now they are facing the reality that something is finished. Knight of Swords reverse, clarifying the conflict is absolutely impulse, recklessness, communication, and people acting before thinking. Six of Pentacles, Two of Wands, Three of Swords says there is also a choice involving who they give to, who supports them, what relationships they maintain, and whether continuing those connections keep producing pain. Three of Wands, Strength, Devil is somebody deeply attached to maintain a certain identity, position, relationship, or power dynamic, but it's not working for you. It's not working, okay? This is a problem. You are trying to be something that you never were. You're not who you say you are. If it were me, I wouldn't want to be faking my life. Like, but to each his own. Because you're going to have to live with that, and then you're never going to heal. And I know it's people mad attacking my live because you don't want to hear what I say, but that's on you. You know what I'm saying? These are people that are never gonna, like, you're wanting so badly to take the energy from people that have actually done the work, baby. You ain't taking a damn thing. I'ma make sure of it. Because the thing is, you're not about to sit here and act like you're somebody that you're not. Okay? You're not about to be me or the collective. You better learn how to love yourself just like we have, and stop trying to make someone feel insecure like you. That's how you feel. That's where you are in your life, spiritually and mentally. You may have issues with that. You're going to have to learn how to deal with that. I know it's hard, baby, but you're not about to sit here and try to be somebody and you're not them. People see right through you, okay? With your false pretense, like you can't fake it no more. It's one thing to fake, but baby, in these times, people are realizing that that shit is catching up with them. And it's something you should be very worried about. It's not a joke. Okay? So, what relationships they maintain and whether continuing those connections keep producing. And then deeply attached, maintaining a certain identity, position, relationship, or power dynamic. King of Pentacles, Six of Wands, Moon says they want to look secure, successful, respected, and in control. While underneath there is uncertainty and information being hidden. Hermit says internally they know they have to examine what they have been doing. Queen of Cups, Hierophant, Temperance, Queen of Wands brings in emotionally intelligent feminine energy along with structured institutional energy and somebody trying to restore balance. Emperor, Hierophant, Justice, King of Pentacles, and King of Swords type energies across this spread absolutely can symbolize authority and leadership, institutions, supervisors, or people with influence rather than just random people. Karma return. Sun says what has been put out becomes visibly visible and comes back around. What goes around comes around. Okay? This is what I told you before. You cannot think that you're going to keep on with this type of lifestyle and think that you're not going it's not going to catch up with you. What you invested in is definitely causing you to have a fall from grace. You're losing it, and you cannot act anymore. People can see through that, okay? The mask will swiftly fall off because you're not who you say you are, okay? You sit here, you want to talk about other people, but the justice is you receiving karma for what you put out. It's like people finding out that you're not as strong as you look. You're not. People like, they giving you the side eye, okay? So so the gossip tea is this person tied their power to other people and to maintaining an image of being powerful. Now the cycle is changing. The connections around them are creating pressure. Okay? You can only fake it for so long. You are only, and when I say side eye, guys, come on now. Y'all know what I mean. Stop being so, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of y'all too, like, serious. You know what I mean. People are looking at somebody funny. So if I'm giving you the side eye, or if I'm looking at you like, something ain't right, well, what do I say? What's another word I could use? You know what I'm saying? Come on now. I want you to come out of that adolescence energy. Like, if you're grown and you're still that adolescence type of, work on that. Stop being so immature. Okay? Learn to, you know, come on now. Come on up. Because you are, come on. Thank you, James. Thank you. So, anyway, with that said, this person tied their power to other people into maintaining an image being powerful. Now the cycle is changing. The connections around them are creating pressure, and they are being forced to decide whether they keep feeding those relationships or accept that the old situation is finished. There is ego, status, money, support, authority, secrecy, and consequences all wrapped into this. Okay, so on one naming note only, if the name you mean is Elios, is it Elios? Let me see. No, it's Eligos. It's the demon. Tell me what this got to do with this read, because we got conflict is around them. Is the conflict dealing with what they're going through internally, or is it the conflict of having to walk away from relationships or feeling tied to situations that really don't serve this person? Like, do they, what is this conflict here? So it says conflict is around you or is coming soon. However, you are prepared to claim victory. Or what could this Eligos demon have to do with when it comes to this situation? And I'll just do some clarifiers. Clarify the Eligos demon. Clarify the Eligos demon. So we got temperance. Balance has to take place. Clarify the Eligos demon. So we got Ace of Wands, Nine of Wands, the Ten of Cups, and the Eight of Pentacles. The King of Wands, Five of Swords, the Chariot, the Emperor, Nine of Pentacles, King of Wands, Queen of Wands, the Six of Cups. So these people are coming out of the reading. These could be people of authority or just people from the past who could be wanting to keep something going and struggling to do it with the uh Nine of Cups, Ace of Wands, Nine of Wands, and the Eight of Pentacles. People who want to balance things out with the collective and find it a struggle to do so, possibly. Why are these people coming out? It's We got it clarified by the Death card. It's over. Like, people real there. That's the conflict is over. Three of Cups, Page of Swords, and the Death card. People you're being selfish with the Four of Pentacles, Eight of Swords. People finding it a fight to keep a cycle open. People who are heartbroken with the Page of Cups, Six of Pentacles, and the Three of Swords, Knight of Swords, Seven of Cups, and the World card. It's over. That's what I'm getting. People, they're not happy that you've ended. This is tension here. This is difficult for people to realize. Okay? People don't know how you did that shit. This is amazing. Like, wait a minute. What? So you don't know how valuable your energy is, collective. You don't know how valuable you are, okay, to people who really feed off of your energy, okay? So yes, the way you're reading it makes sense symbolically, and the Eligos card sharpens what kind of conflict this is. So the Eligos is associated with conflict and warfare. Knowing how opposing sides will meet, discovering hidden matters, and gaining the favor of power or high-ranking people, okay? So the Hierophant, six of Wands, the Devil, and the Moon energy emphasizes strategy, alliances, status, influence, and figuring out who is standing with whom. It fits your observation that some of those court cards can represent people of authority, influence, or people whose approval matters within a situation. Okay, so Temperance, clarifying Aligo, says something is being forced back towards balance, and they cannot stop this shit, collective. Ace of Wands, Nine of Wands, Ten of Cups, Eight of Pentacles says somebody is still putting energy into a situation involving group, family, and community, or established relationships. But Nine of Wands says they are exhausted and defensive about having to keep it going. That's Eight of Pentacles. Eight of Pentacles says this takes work now. This takes work now. Whatever once flowed easily has become something they have to continually maintain. So, do y'all remember the episode? I know it's like one popular episode on I Love Lucy where she was like she was on this she was on the line putting the chocolates in the little chocolate packages, and how the line, like at first everything was like calm, like she was doing it good, and then it started going faster and faster and faster. And she started eating the she started eating the chocolates because it was just getting out of control. This is that energy I'm getting from these people. They're trying to keep their look. See, you hear it? They mad. They're so mad. They're so mad. But the problem is, collective. These people, they cannot take that you are in alignment. That temperance has to happen. Okay, there has to be balance. And no matter what these people do, no matter how much they try to work on something, the problem is you can't mix. Can you mix water and oil together? That don't mix. The issue is because your water and their oil, like at first maybe you didn't know who you were and you mixed in with them, you became oil with their oil. But as soon as you realize that you're no longer oil, you're water, and these are people like oil, like you don't even mix with them no more. It's giving me that it's separating. As much as they're trying to be on the line and put it together, they can't work on something that is no longer in alignment. This is God calling you to your higher place. This is God saying, I need you somewhere else now. You've done this already. This is beyond what people can control, collective. As much as people may want to control certain outcomes when it comes to your life, whatever the case is for you, collective, people want to control something. It is out of the control of these people, and so they're losing it, collective. So what they do is they do other things to interfere in your life because they're mad because they can't get their way. All right. So with this says somebody is still putting energy into the situation. My thing for you, collective, is if you are one who is supposed to be breaking these generational curses, be okay with where you are. Be okay with where you are, because you were not put here for no reason. You were not put in this predicament for no reason. It's always a reason. Okay, so exactly, beehive, exactly. So if God called you to a higher place, when God say no, and people are below, like people have fallen, like these are fallen angels that are used to getting their way. Like maybe you were someone who was easily manipulated. You're not that person anymore. You don't have an adolescent's energy in your grown body, collective. You've become internally aligned with your higher self. And that's the problem with a lot of these people who don't understand. They cannot, it's no mathematics for this issue, this situation here. People who say you're bad at math, maybe you never needed to know math because you were, people would have never, they can't figure you out. They can't fit, you're not a problem that they can figure out. This is nothing. This is nothing. You're you are no one to figure out like they want. You can't figure out the divine's purpose. Like the divine's purpose for you is just what it is. These are people trying to figure out how to bring you back into a state where you once were easily manipulated. Amen, Beehive. But listen, stay on your path, okay? We're good. So it says, whatever once flowed easily has become something they have to continually maintain. People can't keep up because they're getting karma now, because God called you to a specific spot, and there are people who are trying to come against what God said, baby. You cannot distort God's vision for you. You know, your provision is what God called you to be. And for people to try to readjust or change what is destined for you is not, it's not even good calculation. People talk about you being bad at math, but these people are hard-headed when it comes to them wanting to do their own. They're like literally trying to figure something out that they would just never be able to. Like I said, God is omnipotent, all powerful, all being, and when it comes to what God wants for the collective, it's just nothing no man can do about it. They can delay, but they will never deny. Okay? So with that said, King of Wands, Five of Swords, Chariot, Emperor is where the ego control conflict comes in. These are people that are stuck in their ego. They're mad because they can't get their way with you, collective. Okay? Somebody wants to remain in control and dictate direction and maintain authority. But Five of Swords says doing that has created conflict. Okay? So I want to know what kind of conflict this is. So, guys, if you don't mind, if you could put that question below and pin it. I don't know if you can. I just need to write it down because I don't want to forget. What conflict is created? What we're gonna find out what that question is. If you can remember that question, please remember it because I want to know what it is. Nine of Pentacles says there is also an independence issue. Okay, somebody may have to decide whether they can stand alone instead of depending upon a group or alliance. Okay, this is someone who really needs to walk away from a group of controlling, egotistical people. So we got Six of Cups up absolutely brings people and relationships from an established or past situation into the reading. Then you clarify why these people are showing up and got ego death. Okay, that is loud, collective. Their role in the situation is connected to an ending, transformation, or something that cannot continue in its old form. This is the conflict here, but we're going to go more into that conflict. I want to know what they're going through. So it says looks like a social circle, watching, talking, observing, or remaining mentally attached to something that is nervous nevertheless ending. For Pentacles, Eight of Swords says somebody is gripping the situation because letting go makes them feel insecure or trapped. That is where I see the internal conflict. They know something is ending, but psychologically they are still holding on. Okay? Now I was like, you're saying no. And I feel like that card is read as you saying no. You're like no. So the page of cups and the Six of Pentacles, Three of Swords says there is also hurt surrounding who receives attention, support, access, favor, communication, or emotional reciprocity. Nine of Swords, Seven of Cups is somebody mentally spinning because they cannot figure out which option fixes what has already changed. And the world settles the entire question, completion, collective. It's over. So I would read the Elega's conflict as both internal and relational. Okay. But the relational conflict is creating the internal conflict. And that's what I did ask. So somebody is attached to people, alliances, and status approval or an old power. But what do the collective got to do with that shit? So it says, now in my last reading, collective, I told you when y'all sign those contracts, the people who get you into them contracts is like people that be like, that's mine. That's mine. Like that's mine. Like people, they look at you as a freaking object. They don't look at you as a person. They don't look at you as, you know what I'm saying? They look at you as, I got that, like commission or something. They look at you as money. That if anything happened, trust me, collective, you think these people signing these contracts are, this is why they so heavily need you, collective. Maybe you brought, like, I want to know, like, why is, okay, anyway. Three of so it says people alliances status conflict is creating an internal conflict. Somebody is attached to people alliances status or an old power structure that no longer serves the direction. Things are moving, and the Devil's Shrimp says they are fighting the attachment. Five of Swords says the attachment creates conflict. Nine of Wands says maintaining it is exhausting, and Death plus the World says the old cycle itself is finished. Whether they emotionally accept that immediately or not, the gossip tea is somebody is struggling because they gave too much power to a group of relationships, collective. This is a person, I told y'all. I told y'all. Oh my God. I said this is a person who gave their power to other people and lost theirs. This is a person, they don't even have much power. They have to do what their master tell them to do. So this is one who's faking like, oh, I got power, but they're being led by someone else in the background. So half of the things that, you know, this person is doing, it's not even maybe them. Can you imagine having to do what your master tell you to do? This is why I say you don't need a master. You don't need a handler, collective. People who want to handle you in a way so that you could do, like, people leading you straight to hell. People leading you off your path. People that don't give two shits about you. You don't give yourself away to men or women. You give yourself to God. You know what I'm saying? These are people who giving themselves to other people so they won't feel insecure. The gossip tea is somebody is struggling because they gave too much power to a group, relationships, approval, status, or an identity. They maintain around other people. Now that the situation is ending, they have to figure out who they are without that structure. Some people around them may still want to keep the old dynamic alive, but the cards keep throwing death in the world. There isn't much life left in the old cycle. These are people that really need to, like, part ways. It's not working. And so I would like to say, anyone who has anything, like, when you say things subliminally to me, instead of, like, saying how you really feel, it shows me how cowardice you are. Okay? I would rather you tell me how you feel than write messages subliminally, acting as if you ain't saying something when you really are. Okay? The problem is you will never be able to do that because you don't have the power or control to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? For me, as for me and my house and who I am, like, if I have something to say, I'm gonna say it out. I'm not gonna pretend and act kind when I'm really a hateful piece of shit. All right? So you don't have power, and you don't know who you are. Okay? You don't have control over who you are because you're not able to say that shit to my face. Instead, you do all your shit subliminally, and you a scared hoe. And I'ma just let you be that scared hoe that you are, because many people come for me but don't be saying shit. So I'm gonna let you talk out the side of your neck and just be the scared hoe you are. Because again, you'll never say that shit in my face. Okay? So you do what you do. I know you mad, hoe. You can be mad. But you being mad and angry and all that, it's clear that you are. You just always gonna be that. It's making you feel stuck. Because, bitch, a person who has to do things subliminally, you'll never be able to have my power. You will never be able to have my strength. Because, ho, you a scared hoe. You got to do all your shit behind the scenes. You can't do that shit in my fucking face. You know what I'm saying? You gotta use other people to do. You got your, you know, yo you got your dummies who are doing favors for you. You got them by the neck, which is why I understand why your weak ass friends and your neighbors are over here doing what you told them to do. I'm just looking at them shaking their head because half of them people, they, you know, these are people that already got a chip on their shoulder anyway. So because you got a chip on your shoulder, you want to take that shit out on me. Because now you found yourself doing what your master told you to do, and you just got to do that shit. You got to walk up and down the street with a cigarette, come out your car. You know, every time I come out, you got to come out. Like, you a stupid hoe. You a stupid hoe. You know what I'm saying? You don't have your mind. Ain't nothing real about your ass. You a weak hoe. You know what I'm saying? And that's just who you gonna be. You know, I'm tired of seeing these weak ass men with your sluted foot walking up and down the street. You fat hoe. Like, you sit here, you wanna come for me, tell me, call me a B word? Baby, do you know who you talking to? Because every time you disrespect me, you and your weak ass posse, those who you got set up to do all of your damn dirty work, leading all them people to hell, you're going to get karma every time you come for me. And every time each and every one of you guys keep playing in my motherfucking face. Yeah, I know you don't want to hear that shit. Because you got to do what your master tell you to do. Your master got your ass by the string, ho. Your master got you by the string trying to make me mad with your dumb weak ass. Like, you just a weak ass. That's why it's over. That's why the collective don't F with you. Because you weak. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. That's a fact. Okay? Your friends can talk you into a bunch of BS and your dumb ass goes down and follow them. Like, you don't have a fucking mind of your own. This is why the family split up. This is why we can't be family. This is why we can't be together. Because your weak ass friends. They you tell them yes, the whole entire posse coming too. And we ain't dealing with them. So we most definitely ain't dealing with your ass. So if you ever thought it would be a chance, baby, you better get the hell on. Okay? You know, you sit here, you plan and plot. All you do is you sneaky. Your ass is not gonna have no luck, baby. You cannot come for me or the collective and think that you're gonna get away with it. You know what I'm saying? Your shit is held. Your shit that you have to do, tight knitted, secretive, sneaky, and every time it backfires. Every single time. You should be literally afraid to continue conspiring against people that mind their fucking business. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Yeah, attack the live if you want to, ho. Because you're a weak hoe. And that's what you gonna be. You and your whole posse. Watching me, watching the collective, continuing to conspire, continuing to be mad because you're not getting your way. And most of these people are men. Weak ass men who tied themselves to other weak ass men. Now all the men are weak, obsessed, and just a whole waste of a man. Like, how does it feel to be a waste of a man? You sit here, you want to talk about the collective. Oh, the collective ain't got a man. Yeah, we ain't got a man because of your weak ass. Because your weak ass don't know how to be a man. Because your weak ass is a waste of a man. We don't have much to choose from. Which is why a lot of these women out here have to double up on the men. Like, I wouldn't be doing that shit. But to each his own. You know what I'm saying? You know, you sit here, you're mad at me for what I'm saying because it's hard to hear. I know it's hard to hear. You know what I'm saying? You are an evil, wicked piece of shit of a man. And your wicked ass posse and everybody involved who's mad because you're not getting your way. So you're like, okay, well, let's keep on with the keeping on. Baby, every time it ain't gonna work for you. You're so enticed in trying to look away, but you're evil as you do it. You're evil as you do it. You're like, oh, I want to look like, you know, I don't respect you, dude. I don't respect none of you men. None of you men or you women. You know, you sit here, you sit here with your suit and tie on, but you are a horrible piece of shit of a person. Horrible piece. And then you're attached and connected to people that are horrible too. You know, you're mad you can't get your way, and you're connected to weak ass, hateful ass men. Like, these men are hateful, collective. These men are hateful. So I want to know the outcome of these men. You know, these are men who need to learn. You know, y'all sit here, like, I mean, is it ever going to be a chance for you guys to, like, heal and just move on with your life? Like, you are so obsessed and angry about a relationship that ain't going to happen. I'm going to tell you right now, I will never deal with no one from my past. That cycle is over. And so for you guys to continue to try to get it to happen, oh, we're going to block the collective life. Oh, she's not dealing with us. She ain't dealing with nobody. Well, you know, you putting someone in a very difficult situation like this, it only gonna bring karma to your life. You know what I'm saying? You want to stop my life and the collective's life because you're mad because you can't get things your way. Collective, you will be free. Trust and believe it. These people, they're not gonna have no luck. I promise you, they're not. Okay, so let's see what the outcome is for these people that continue to conspire against the collective. You know, you're attacking a lie. You're mad because you can't get your way. You a hater. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling collective, most of these people be men. Like, men. You know, I just, some of these men out here, I just do not respect, collective. A lot of these men have no sense of intelligence. They may be smart, but they may be smart when it comes to books, but when it comes to, you know, just being a man with integrity or making choices that are in alignment with the Most High, these men lack that shit. And they're just, you know, they're bringing everybody down with them. It's to the point where they'll literally get children involved. This is how hateful they are. Okay, how hateful a lot of the your 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 exes are, or whoever these people are that are these are people who are, like, very hateful, and they're like, well, you know, just the mindset of people and how they do things, you know, it's just ain't right. You know what I'm saying? But they weren't always like this, possibly. It's just people that you've warned them about, who you told them to leave alone, have put them into compromising situations where maybe at one point it sounded like, this is gonna be nice. Now they're figuring out, like, nah, this is never it. This was never it. You know, this is some BS. And now someone has to pretend and fake their life. You know what I'm saying? Someone's trying to sneak off, though. Someone's like, I really want to sneak off. Like, I ain't really feeling good about this. Someone's so mad. They're like losing all control. They're impulsive. You know, people mad because they can't get their way with you, collective. You found the truth, okay? And so with that said, there are people who know that you're walking away. It's no coming back. All right? So don't you ever think it. Don't you ever think it. Don't you ever think it. You're fully aware of this, collective. And they are too. You know, these are people that know that it's over. All right? This been over. It's been over a long time ago. So, you know, don't ever think that you are about to come into someone's life. Seven of Pentacles is looking at investments that, you know, it's like, it's not worth it, collective. It's never been worth it, and it won't ever. You know, these are people that have not healed. They've not done any internal work. They're filled with ego, pride, wanting to win at all costs, wanting to play games, you know, wanting to like mentally play with your mind. You know, it's like people who literally lost their mind because of people like this. And for a person to run after somebody who they pretty much know is a manipulator. Like, men nowadays, they're saying that shit. Oh, I'm a manipulator. Like, you know, these are people who want to sound like what's his name, Nature Boy, who was saying, oh, I'm a manipulator. Yeah, I mean, for you to say I'm a manipulator, I mean, I guess that's you the shit. You know what I'm saying? For you to say that out loud and just be like, yeah, because I'm a manipulator. Like, these are young men now. Like, I'm watching young men in their 20s now talking like this because they learned that shit from Nature Boy. And men out here like that. But who did Nature Boy learn it from? You know? So it's no, these people ain't no good, collective. All right? Stay away. Run if you could. Because I'm telling you, if I could preserve my little babies, baby, I would have. I would have. But if you don't have any children, and if you, you know, and it don't mean you don't love your kids. You know, you love your kids, but you got to be careful about who you laying down with, collective. You got to be careful of who you are exchanging your energy with. Because it could very well be a warlock. It could be a witch. It could be someone who's into like a lot of dark stuff. You could be laying down with a whole like demon, okay? And people used to brag about being a mason and all that. People don't even tell you that shit no more. You could be laying down with a whole mason and don't even know. There are masons out here who possibly have never, like, they just joined possibly when they were younger but never really got into it and don't know much about it. But now, like, people are fully aware about these Masonic groups. And if you are still attached to like systems like this and you don't want to be, like, maybe you should denounce and repent. Find yourself in better places. I don't know. Disconnect yourself from people that are in these systems. Whatever the case is for you, it's time for you to look around, look around. Look around, look. I don't know what comedian used to say that, but whatever it is, like, look around, look around. Make sure you are figuring out who you are, because a lot of these people, they want to connect with you because of money. And when you sign them contracts, like this, look, if you can see, it's a contract here. Someone signed in blood for some damn money. Okay? So I want to know, like, this is what someone is thinking about. This King of Pentacles here. All they're thinking of, this person is very materialistic. They're wanting to be connected to you because of possibly money. Okay? Let's see. I'm just so curious to know. Let's see if I can find out. Why does this person want to be connected to the collective? Why does this person want it so badly to be connected to the collective? Immediately, the way you project yourself, do it on your own. In the first house. So, let me clarify this. Immediate, this card here. Why does this person want to be connected to the collective so bad? 7 of Cups, the Magician, 2 of Swords. To be quite honest with you, collective, because of what you bring healing, okay? You bring healing, like, you have control. You have self-control and you bring healing. And this is a person who feels spiritually out of alignment with their energy. They feel blocked, okay? They're confused on their direction in life, and they feel that you could, like, fill them up. Tell me more. Why does this person so badly want to be connected to the collective? It's because they're currently not happy with where they are or who they are. Okay? But the problem is, collective, this person possibly mistreated you in the past. And they don't know how to treat people. Tell me more. Why they want to be connected to the collective? Because they need balance in their life. You know, they find you as someone who is grounded. You know, they have, you know, you're like a tree. You know, you're like a sycamore tree where you bring a lot of blessings, not only blessings when it comes to the tangible, but also you bring like structure, you bring groundedness. You know, a tree represents abundance. This is what you bring. This is what they lack right now. 9 of Swords is someone who's unfulfilled, unhappy in their life. All right, possibly not even happy with the people around them. Okay, so Queen of Swords is you bring truth, like you're the truth. All right, and this person feels that they lost direction, lost control of their life. They don't have structure in their life anymore. You know, they've lost a lot of their power. And so I feel like they've been taken over when it comes to like certain relationships that they have that are very toxic, collective. You know, these are people that are jealous around them, controlling. They're like negative, very low vibrational. Clarify the 8 of Wands. Why is the 8 of Wands here? Because everything that they do, collective, they're under judgment for. The thing is, someone who repeatedly has to do things that they possibly don't want to do anymore, but they feel stuck and they're under judgment. Okay, so when it comes to the card, immediately the way you project yourself, do it on your own in the first house is how you live your life. You know, this is you. How you project is, you know, what you project out of yourself, what you bring out of others. You know, when you project, collective, you bring alignment, you bring truth to the matter. You make people see them for who they are. You know, and even though it may hurt other people, these are people who need that energy. They need your energy. What you project is what helps them feel validated, collective. Your whole like validation cup to these people, where you pour into people that are lacking, collective. But the problem is you cannot continue to pour into people that do not pour into you, that don't have nothing to give. These are people that only feel blessed when they're around you, but they have lost their power. The problem is when you are around these people, they were only bringing you their toxic energy. These were people who could not give you anything because they lacked within themselves. They lacked their own strength, collective. You cannot sit here and pull people up if they're not willing to do it on their own. If they're lazy spiritually, like I heard a reader say, then the thing is nothing you can do. People have to really learn how to do this on their own. So again, guys, these are my new um this is my collective code emergency kit oracle deck. You can go purchase this on the collectivecode.me. And when the cards come out in reversal, that means that there is a problem that has been released, healed, okay? But if it's in an upright, that means that there are issues that you still need to heal, and it's a warning sign. We have the Deuteronomy prayer on the back, which is the prayer that everyone is always talking about when it deals with tarot readings, okay? When I did my deck, God told me to put Deuteronomy 18:9 on the back of the deck. And the reason why is because God wanted people to understand what the true meaning of this scripture is. And it's not about tarot. It's not about the sorcery. What it's about is the people behind it. Just like a gun. You give the gun to the wrong person, what happens? You give money to the wrong person, what do? You know what I'm saying? You give tarot to the wrong person, what they do? Lie. They lie about messages on their platform. They become, you know, they will give you messages that are not the truth. You know, these are people that will not tell you the truth. So God is telling you in that scripture that make sure when you're using this deck, that you are always in alignment with me. Allow me to speak through you. This is why I say, like, pray before you use this deck. So God, I'm asking that you give me clear messages for this reading. What do we need to know? What we need to clear? And I already prayed over these cards. So God, tell me. Thank you. So we got Archangel Phanuel. The same card comes out again. These are people who need to repent. God is waiting on you to change. God is waiting on you to heal. Okay? You can't make this up. I cannot make this up. This is the guidebook that comes with it. All right? And it came out in the upright, so this definitely says that there are areas in your life that you must heal, because you cannot keep on this way in your life and think that you're going to change. Like, there won't be no changes happening in your life until you do what you're supposed to do. Okay? It's no way that God can bless a mess. All right? So we got Phanuel here. So it says in the upright, because it came in the upright, and you know that when you get the angel's card in the upright, it means that it's a warning for people. So it's talking about angel of repentance and redemption. If this card appears, Archangel Phanuel is bringing attention to personal responsibilities, repentance, growth, redemption, and the power of making a different choice. The first aid kit says, who's coming to save you? You know, the thing is, these people want you to save them, collective. They want you to be in their energy. They feel like they can get something out of you. And the answer is no, you're not getting shit from the collective. You're not getting absolutely nothing. If the card appears, Angel Archangel Phanuel is bringing attention to personal responsibility, repentance, growth, redemption, and the power of making different choices. The first aid kit says, who's coming to save you? Because sometimes the breakthrough you've been waiting for requires your participation. The message at the bottom, baby, you the one, is a reminder that God has already placed more strength, wisdom, and power inside of you than you realize. So upright is the warning. Who are you waiting on? The apology, the rescue, the closure, the miracle. Phanuel appears when you have become stuck waiting for someone else to fix a situation that God is calling you to address. You may be giving your power away, waiting on validation, stuck in regret, blaming others, avoiding a responsibility, delaying necessary action. Redemption begins when you decide to take ownership of your next step. You don't have to do everything alone, but you do have to move, okay? Stop waiting for perfect conditions. Stop waiting for permission. Stop waiting on people. Stop waiting for somebody else to become what God called you to become already. Collective code warning is that the breakthrough may be waiting on your participation. The message is, who's coming to save you? No one's coming to save you. Okay? So you have to save yourself. No one, if someone has been in your life and you've taken advantage, you've disrespected them, you took them for granted, and now you want them to save you, you want them to help you. No, it's time for you to look at within and realize that you got to do the work. No one's going to do the work for you, okay? So, the collective got there. I've always heard the teacher say, I got mine. You got to get yours, okay? You got to figure out how to do it, because you're not going to take no one else's energy that you can't take. See, this is what they want. They want to take your energy, collective. They want to harvest your energy. But the thing is, they can't do it anymore. They used to, but they can't anymore. And the reason why is because you've surpassed a particular energy that these people are trying to study. They're trying to figure out how you're doing it. They're trying to figure out where is this coming from. But the issue is, the energy you have cannot be mastered. The energy you have you cannot grab it. You cannot measure it. You cannot become it. You can't fake it. Many people try to fake it. They try to be you, but baby, at the end of the day, you have to live in your own reality. You are only who you really are, not who you say you are. You can say who you are is who you are, but really you know who you are. Every time you get home and look in that mirror, lay down and sleep with yourself, you know who you are and who you are. Okay? And as much as you want to fake that, ain't no faking. Okay? Because everyone is becoming exposed for who they are, and people are watching you. You may be watching other people, but people watching you too. And what I'm seeing here is for some of you guys, y'all are healing. People have watched you heal. People have dogged you out. Oh, why is she doing this? Why is she doing that? Like, why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? Oh, they crazy, or they this, they're that. I feel like that came in the upright. This is your justice, okay? Someone's confused about that. Someone feels restricted. These are people who've not learned their lesson. People who really thought that they were like, not saying like better than you, but I mean, that's what I'm getting. Like, oh, like they ain't nothing. People who did not see you for who you are. People who have a lot of love in their heart for you. People who are gaining clarity of who you are, collective. You are someone who could be coming in with a coin. So with the Three of Pentacles here, I just see a lot of abundance happening for you, collective. You closed out cycles, okay? And I do see that there are people who are still trying to hold on for dear life, collective. They're in their head confused. They're confused about their life. They're having to make serious choices when it comes to their life. It's a fire sign man questioning it all, asking, was this really worth it? No, it never was. Giving your power to no one is worth it. Tell me more. Clarify this energy here. Someone's questioning it all. And look, it came out in reverse, child. As a life or death issue, getting and using power. Use other people's resources. So this is a person that wanted to use your power, collective. Someone who is all up in your energy, trying to hide and camouflage themselves in your energy by possibly lying on you and your character, acting like they were this person when they were really that person. But let's look into as a life or death situation. Someone could be in a life or death situation, or could be trying to figure out what to do. Clarify this life and death situation, ancestors. What is this about? Okay, someone's struggling to know that it's over. Okay, Ten of Wands. Ten of Wands with the death card. Ace of Swords, baby. That's nothing but the truth. Someone has to deal with that. A group of these people. A group of these people. Okay? People that you've rejected, you've gained a higher sense of knowing, collective. You've evolved spiritually. And this is because all of your ancestors have assisted you, helped you get to where you are. All right? So this person, they're mad about a relationship. They're mad because they can't get what they want when it comes to a relationship. They're mad because you moved on. All right? So these are people that are upset because they can't have their way with you. People that wish that things were different with you. It's a lot of tension, collective. People who thought that you were just some easy, smeezy person to like fool. Or we could treat the collective any kind of way, and they'll take it. They'll accept the bare minimum. They'll accept the bare minimum. You're not accepting absolutely nothing. All right. So let's look into this. Tell me about the Karma Monty deck as a life or death issue, getting and using power. Use other people's resources in the 8th house. So it's an end to that is what I'm getting with the Death card and the Ten of Wands, Ace of Swords, Three of Pentacles, Six of Pentacles, the Four of Cups. You rejecting people that want to use your power, your strength, collective, your abilities. with the Judgment card is you're in this phase where you've evolved from people who try to keep you in something that you're no longer in. The Judgment with the Seven of Wands, Four of Wands, the Five of Wands. Clarify the Five of Wands, ancestors, please. The Queen of Swords, like you putting your foot down. And the Eight of Swords, someone feeling very uncomfortable about that. It could be a family with the Ten of Cups and the Two of Pentacles. The Queen of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles, the Page of Cups, and the High Priestess with the World card. Tell me what this Karma Monte card is. You're going to get justice, collective. Things are going to be exposed. So, yes, you're talking about Monty. So, it says specifically the eight of house. The eighth house energy. That card carries the phrase as a life or death issue, getting and using power and use other people's resources. In the karma card system, the eighth house deals with shared resources, power between people, what belongs jointly rather than individually, and the struggles that can happen over who controls those resources. And with your cards, I'm getting exactly what you're picking up. The karmic lesson is about ending access to your power and resources, labor, strength, abilities when the exchange has become burdensome or one-sided, collective. So the Death, Ten of Wands is this burden is finished, okay? They are not able to do what they've been doing. They can't take you. They cannot hold on to you like they want, which is why they're so mad and why they're still trying to hold on to the collective. People like myself, people who have that good energy, that godlike energy, which cannot be measured. People who are studying you, trying to figure you out, collective. You cannot be figured out. You are not a math problem. Okay? You're not a math problem. You're not just someone who can easily be figured out like that, okay? So this burden is finished. Ace of Swords makes the ending conscious and clear. Three of Pentacles, Six of Pentacles shows the old pattern involved collaboration, people working together, exchanging resources, giving and receiving, or people benefiting from what another person contributed, what you contributed, what I contributed. They cannot get it from you no more. Four of Cups says you are rejecting the old offer exchange now. Judgment says this is bigger than simply saying no one time. No one time. You have reached a realization about the entire pattern. Seven of Wands says you are defending that realization. Four of Wands, Five of Wands puts conflict around a home, family, and a community, established group, or people who were accustomed to having access. Five of Wands being clarified again by Five of Wands is loud. The conflict is happening because the old arrangement is being challenged, collective. You are not giving in to these people. The answer is no. You're not giving shit. Okay? So Queen of Swords says no. This is where the Queen of Swords, people are angry at you, collective. Look at them. They're mad because you're putting your foot down. Okay? It's not no way to convince you. People mad they can't have their way with you. Okay? So it's else becoming uncomfortable, restricted, or unsure what to do because the access they once depended upon is no longer flowing the same way. The Ten of Cups, Two of Pentacles makes the family group element even stronger. Somebody has been trying to juggle or maintain an established dynamic. Queen of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles brings the reading directly back to value, money, resources, security, talents, opportunities, and what you physically possess or produce. Page of Cups can show somebody attempting a softer approach once the harder approach stops working, because it's not going to work. And it's not what you do, it's how you do. And how these people have done it has been so diabolical, it's ridiculous, you know. So with the high priestess, the world is the real ending. You know something now that you did not understand before, and because you understand it, you cannot go back into the same cycle consciously. The world closes it, collective. You're done. It says, so the eighth house is karma, is a karma card. It's saying that karmic debt power lessons is about who has been allowed to draw upon one's resources, collective. The cycle ends when the person who has been giving their power away recognizes their value and withdraws access from relationships or systems that survive by continually taking from them. You're not taking my energy, and you ain't taking the collectives. Get the hell on. That's why death and world are so important here. This isn't reading like keep negotiating the old arrangement. It's reading like the old power exchange has reached completion. The conflict comes because people who are comfortable or who were comfortable with that exchange now have to adjust to somebody saying, you don't get to use me that way anymore. You're not using the collective no more. Okay? We do not give our energy freely. First off, we do not consent to that no more. This is real. This is not a lie. People have been harvesting energy. People that are wicked, people that are low vibrational have been harvesting energy, and they want to play nice now, collective. They're like, well, how can I get some of that? I need some of that energy. You know, these people, they feeling really low right now, collective, and they're going to try to entice you with kindness now. Because the thing is, they know, first off, speaking of beehive, shout out to beehive, you catch more bees with honey. And the way these people been doing it, baby, they just don't understand. The thing is, these people, they're realizing that they never ever had the type of power that they thought they had. They've always been low. They've always been low on energy. They always been low on gas. And it was because they used your energy to come up off of collective. All right? These people, they're very depressed. You know, they've lost their power. The strength card comes out reversed again, collective. They're not as confident as they look and as they appear. Believe me, they may point out false perceptions. And it's because of the money that they have to be able to do a lot of the things that they're doing to the collective. So when you see these communities forming against you or constantly effing with you, you know, the foreshadowing, all that, they have the money. They have money for that. They have the money for that. Okay? But they only gained that money because of you, collective. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have shit. So when people lose their power, what's next? You know, you lose access to a lot because you're not able to survive the fittest. Like, you're not able. You become very, very low. And collective, I know we've been low, but I don't think we've been as low as these people. That's the problem. These people have never, they've hid their energy for so long. It's like as soon as that mask gets ripped off, they're having to face their true issues. And now that you're seeing it, it makes people feel uncomfortable about themselves because they've not done no work. You know, these are people that have everything but don't have everything. You know, even with the people, the reading that I did with the ancestors, let's just say their ancestors were abundant, but you know, now when I read them cards and I think about it, I'm like, they possibly weren't successful because I got it mixed up with the demon card that said something like that. But what I'm realizing is people, they don't like when When you think about famous people, or when you think about like people that are in the higher ups or whatever the case is, people that are very rich, even when they die, collective, if you've not done the work, you still leave who you are. Meaning who you are is someone who's not never done the work. So as much money as you may have, that does not make you, money don't make you. Money don't make you, because like my mom, she did not take that home with her. That's real. She didn't take the home with her. She had to leave that home behind. Even though my mom loved that house, we couldn't put that home in her grave. You know what I'm saying? That home is right where it is. Someone else living in that home right now. So with that said, people better get it together. This is scary. You telling me in all of your old years, you've never done work. You've always used someone else's energy to make yourself look like you were something that you're not. I mean, even though it's hard to hear, for some, this is how a lot of the collective have healed, because at times we don't want to hear messages that are hard to hear. But even if it's hard to hear, listen, because if you don't, you're not going to heal. You never gonna heal. That's the problem. A lot of people, they don't want to face the truth. So that's it. So we're gonna get some last messages, and I'm gonna get out of here. So let's see what God wants us to know. I'm gonna pull from the emergency kit deck. This is my emergency kit deck, guys. It's a beautiful deck. You should get your deck, guys. This is a very important deck to have. When the cards come out in a reversal, you know that you are cleared. But it's in the upright. That means that there is a warning that you need to fix. You need to handle. It's very important to get this deck. So let's see. Most High God, Mother and Father of Righteousness, please give me a message for the collective. What do the collective need to know? Ooh. All right, so we got Malachio in the reversal. You built for this. This is Malachio, Angel Malachio. So we're going to read it in the reversal. It came out in reverse. Now, I told you, when you get your decks, when they come out in reverse, that means it's a victory. All right, so let's look at Angel Malachio. Okay, so it says, when reversed, Malachio confirms that your strength is returning. You are beginning to see that you survived things that were designed to break you. The fear that once controlled you is losing its grip. This is a season of rebuilding confidence, trusting yourself, and reclaiming your power. You do not need permission to become who you were called to be. Take the first step, take the next level. Well, no, then take the next. Your courage will grow with every action you take. Message: be brave, be bold, be unstoppable. The collective code insight: as a collective, we must remember that courage is not the absence of fear. It is refusing to let fear make your decisions. The enemy wants you discouraged. The enemy wants you intimidated. The enemy wants you to quit. But courage says keep going. Courage says try again. Courage says stand back up. You have survived too much to stop now. You have survived too much to stop now. The battle may be difficult, but you were equipped for it long before it arrived. Affirmation: I move forward with courage, confidence, and faith. I will not allow fear to control my choices. I was built for this and I will overcome. And you will, collective. You will. I want you to stay 10 toes down for yourself. Realize what the enemy has done and what the enemy is doing, collective. When you realize that, that's when you can recognize your power in the situation. You got to be a powerful woman or man if you got a community coming for you or coming after you or whatever the case is, collective, and people out here pretending like it ain't happening. I promise you, every person lying, every person pretending, or in my face saying, oh, what are you talking about? I'd rather you shut the fuck up than play in my motherfucking face. Because I'm telling you, every time you sit here and lie in my face and act stupid, there will be problems for you too. All right? And I don't have to say shit about it. God will though, because you're not gonna sit here and play in someone's face and think that you're gonna get away with it. All right? So let's get a message from my collective code. My collective code self-love is legacy companion book. I don't have the cards yet. They're going to be coming soon. But this is the deck, guys. It's very nice. Make sure you go purchase it. Go get yours, okay? So Most High God, give me a message for the collective. What does the collective and myself need to know? Thank you. All right, so we got, let me go to the beginning. I'm choosing me. I'm choosing me. I'm choosing me. So let's look at this. So it says, my sister, I see your pain. I see your anger. I see your disappointment. And I know you're mad, but can I tell you something? You're not just mad because the relationship ended. You're mad because you expected more. You expected honesty. You expected loyalty. You expected commitment. You expected someone to love you the way you love them. And when those expectations weren't met, your heart broke. Girl, I know, but I need you to hear this. A marriage doesn't make you. A relationship doesn't complete you. And walking away doesn't mean you failed. Maybe you're going through a divorce. Maybe you're separated. Maybe you've been married for 3 months, maybe 5 years, maybe 30 years, or maybe you never made it down the aisle at all. Whatever your story is, the number of years you invested does not define your worth. Those years didn't make you, and they don't break you. Please don't walk away believing you wasted your life. As long as you have breath in your lungs, God is still writing your story. There is still time to heal. There is still time to grow. There is still time to build the life you've always wanted. The first step is recognizing that everything you expected someone else to give you, peace, security, love, acceptance, you must first learn to give those things to yourself. It's time to understand something. Not every relationship is meant to last forever. Sometimes people enter our lives to teach us lessons. Sometimes we're unequally yoked because we entered relationships before we excuse me, before we truly knew ourselves, before we were aligned with God's purpose. That doesn't make you a failure. It makes you human. We have to stop pretending we're happy when you're not. Too many people stay in relationships just to say they have one, just to say they have one. Too many people smile for pictures while crying behind closed doors. Too many people stay because they're afraid of starting over. My sister, starting over isn't failure. Sometimes it's freedom. The greatest relationship you'll ever have isn't the one with another person. It's the one you build with yourself and with the Most High. You don't need another person to make you whole. God already made you whole. You're not lonely because you chose yourself. You're healing. You're knowing. You're growing. You're finally choosing peace over pretending. If this relationship no longer reflects the woman you're becoming, don't ignore that feeling. Ask yourself, is this relationship helping me grow or is it keeping me stuck? If the issue is something that can honestly be repaired through communication, accountability, and mutual effort, then have the conversation. Fight for what's healthy, but don't fight to keep something alive that's been breaking your spirit for years. There comes a point here choosing yourself isn't selfish. There comes a point where choosing yourself isn't selfish. It's necessary. Maybe it's time to create your exit strategy. Maybe it's time to stop waiting for someone to become who they consistently shown you they were not. Maybe it's time to stop hoping they'll change while you're slowly losing yourself. You deserve peace. You deserve honesty. You deserve consistency. You deserve a love that doesn't require you to abandon yourself just to keep it. I know walking away is scary, especially when you built a life with someone, especially when children are involved, especially when you've never you're when you've never been alone. But I want you to remember something. God was with you before this relationship. God is with you in the relation. God is with you in this relationship, and God will be with you after this relationship. You are never walking alone. Stand 10 toes down. Trust the process. Trust God. Trust yourself. You're stronger than you realize. One day, you're going to look back at this season not with bitterness, but with gratitude. You're going to smile because you'll realize that walking away wasn't the end of your story. It was the beginning of your freedom. You'll look back and say, I can't believe I stayed as long as I did. And then you'll thank yourself because choosing yourself was one of the greatest decisions you ever made. I'm so proud of you. I know that this isn't easy, but I also know you're going to make it. Keep healing, keep believing, keep trusting God, and most importantly, keep choosing you. I love you, my sister. You know, your new chapter has already begun. And then we have reflection questions. So take time with these questions. Am I staying because I'm happy or because I'm afraid to leave? Have I been sacrificing my peace to keep this relationship together? What have I learned? What have I learned about myself through this relationship? What would choosing myself look like today? Is this relationship helping me because become who God created me to be? What what is one step I can take toward healing, whether I stay or leave? Healing action. Today, be honest with yourself. Write down what this relationship has taught you, then write down what you need going forward. If you're considering leaving, begin thinking through a healthy and practical plan for your next steps. If you're working to repair the relationship, write down the changes that would need to happen for it to become healthy again. Above all, don't ignore your truth. And then journal, you're going to write a letter to yourself beginning with these words. Dear me, thank you for not giving up on us. Then write about what you're leaving behind, what you're taking with you, what you learned, and what you're hoping for. The woman you becoming and the woman you're becoming. Then self-love assignment is to write down 5 reasons you're proud of yourself for making it this far. Make a list of your non-negotiables in future relationships, and do one thing this week that reminds you life doesn't stop because one chapter ends. Pray for wisdom before making any major decisions, and look in the mirror every morning this week and say, I choose peace, I choose healing, and I choose myself. Okay? And then we're going to do a prayer for you, my love. So the prayer is, Most High God, thank you for carrying me through one of the hardest seasons of my life. Give me wisdom as I make decisions about my future. Help me recognize when it's time to fight for something and when it's time to let it go. Heal every place in my heart that's been wounded by disappointment, broken promises, and unmet expectations. Teach me to never lose myself while trying to hold on to someone else. Remind me that my worth has never depended on my relationship status. Strengthen me to walk in obedience, peace, and truth. Lead me into the life you have prepared for me, and give me the courage to trust you every step of the way. Thank you for reminding me that every ending can become a new beginning when I place it in your hands. In the name of the Most High God, I pray, Ashe. And then your affirmation, this last name. I'm not defined by I'm not defined by what ended. I'm defined by the woman I am becoming. I choose healing over fear, peace over pretending, and purpose over pain. I trust that God is leading me into a future greater than anything I have that I have left behind. Today I choose me. Ashe. All right, collective. Okay, and then we can get one last message from the Most High. Let's see what God has for the collective. And thank you all for staying. Most High God, give me a message, a word for the collective. What do we need to know? Thank you, God. All right. Okay, so we got Exodus 28 and 11. The beast plate. You shall make the beast plate of a judge of judgment, art artistically woven according to the workmanship of the outfit. You shall make it. You shall make it of gold, blue, purple, and scarlet thread, and fine woven linen. You shall make it. It shall be it should be doubled into a square. A span shall be in length, and a span shall be in its width. And you shall put settings of the stones in it. 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be sardius. Okay. Oh, these are like crystals and stones. You shall make chains for the beast plate. Okay, I remember this scripture. I think. Let me turn this light on. So this scripture was saying that basically it's about becoming your best. Dang. It's about becoming your best. So the breastplate is your protection, and you becoming in alignment with God, you being your best self. You know, crystals represent like cleansing, it represents purity. This is what I think. So it's like holiness to the Lord. So you being holy, you know, these are people who need to be cleansed, needing to be their best selves. This is God wanting you to be an upright individual. Okay. So, yeah, that's what I'm getting from this. You can read it yourself. Exodus 28 and 11 and 29 and 12. We talked about this chapter before. So, yeah, when it comes to this scripture, it's more so saying that God is wanting you to cleanse yourself and be in alignment with God. Be the face. You know, God wants you to look like God, okay? God lives in you. You're supposed to be a reflection of the Most High. So how are you a reflection of the Most High? By being or trying to be someone else. God is asking you that you learn to be yourself so that you can heal and actually be confident in who you are instead of trying to perform every day being something that you're not. All right? Anything else, God? Anything else? Yeah, obligation. Stop feeling so someone feels obligated to be dealing with people that they don't want to be with. Someone stuck in fear and carrying connection, so they're around people they should not be around. Someone don't trust themselves to get out of a situation that they should be getting out of. You know, collective, this has nothing to do with you. So what I'm also getting is people who want to run, you know how people do like their relationships. If it ain't working out with one woman or a one man, what they do is they run over there with the next woman get to try to get them to, you know, do what, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, because it ain't working out with this, then we just gonna go here. Like, no, this is not no, my mama used to call it a hop and flop or flopping, I can't remember. Someone wants to hop over there to you. Someone has scattered energy. They're like, well, maybe we could go over there to the collective. No, no. Release your attachments. Release the idea of thinking that you're about to come back into someone's life who's already healed from you. We've done what we needed to do, and at this point, you have to learn how to like stand your ground, collective, live in gratitude, be satisfied where you are, because there is someone who is living in doubt and they feel like you could be the one to heal them. Spirit's like, take the high road. Leave this situation exactly where it is, in the past, where it belongs, okay? Speak your truth. If maybe someone calls you and says, hey, can we get back together, or whatever the case is, you let these people know that it ain't, it's no, it's a no. It's a no for me, dog. Okay? So then, we're going to use this Oracle deck. Let's see. Most High God, what messages you have for the collective? Spirit is wanting you to learn how to be your authentic self, collective. Well, you've reached that, you've reached that level, or you are in this phase of, reaching this level where you're becoming your best self, but there are others who need to learn how to do it, okay? So it says authenticity, coming home to yourself, feeling at home, arriving at a place where you just fit in, being comfortable in your own skin. Home feels safe and secure. It's a comfortable place to rest and create, a place that is known and you can call yours. This card signals that your ability to trust yourself and feel at home in your own skin is beginning to solidify as you claim your dignity and integrity. Aspects of yourself no one can take away from you. You know who you are. You hold your head high, yet with neither pride nor humility. Instead, you stand as the observer, seeing through the eyes of your soul. This puts you in a position of power and strength. Authenticity is your home. You are safe here in the house of your spirit and your spirit. Collective, you love yourself, okay? You loving yourself gives you a much better outcome in your life. It gives you a much higher level in your life, collective, because you've learned the meaning of true love, okay? True love is honoring yourself. All right, this is what's going to cause you to have a new beginning, collective. We got regeneration. There are changes that are going to be happening for you, and there is a lot of chaos because of this. People are angry at you, collective. People are angry because they can't get their way with you. People have to figure out their why because they're focused on you and your why. If people learned how to love themselves, they wouldn't be so mad at how you feel, baby. You cannot change the collective's mind. You cannot make us feel any different, okay? It's nothing you can do about our feelings, our emotions. We don't feel how you feel, and we'll never feel the way we felt again, because those were false perceptions and a false reality that we'll never live in again. It's nothing you can do about it, baby, all right? So you got to move on, figure it out, because you're not going to sit here and continue to waste, or you're not going to pull the collective's energy to make us feel how you want. All right? Go figure it out. Go figure it out. And I mean, you cannot measure the collective's energy. You cannot do math on us. You cannot measure it with a tool. It's nothing you can measure. All right? Go talk to God and see how if you get right with God, see how God can assist you with your level of healing, your level of stable mindset. Because ain't no way, collective, you going through all this difficulty financially when you coming up as a whole empress or emperor. A healed empress and a healed emperor. If you are coming up as that in a reading, is no way you should be dealing with financial stability. You should not have difficulties with your finances. There are people who've stolen your energy or stolen. I don't know how they do it, collective, but of course, watching you and controlling certain outcomes in your life, which causes them to suck you dry so they can steal from you and feel good about, what I'm saying? But that don't even work no more because you're still content. You've learned not to be obsessed with materialism, you've learned to love yourself internally, is nothing that someone else has that makes you jealous. Even though you would like it, it doesn't make you want to be mad because someone else has it. These people. These are people who are jealous, envious, angry, and competition. People who've not scholared how to heal their adolescence energy. And even if it's not, it don't even have to be a lot of adolescents don't feel like that. There are people, young people who don't even have, like, I didn't even have the spirit of jealousy as a young person. So there are just people that were, they just, they never been no good, you know. So yeah, that's what I got, collective. I hope these messages have assisted you in your development. I hope they are assisting you in growing and realizing that there are really people out here who are energy vampires, who will use your energy so that they can gain from you. It's real out here, and we are learning that today. Please do not get left behind, all right? With that said, I'll talk to y'all later. Have a beautiful rest of the day, and always remember to stay in alignment with God. God is always going to lead us. I don't care what these people do, their tricks, their anger, their greed, their obsession. There will be justice and there will be judgment, and the cycle will be broken. The cycle is broken. Now we just got to figure out how to get these people out of our energy. They got too much control. They can see you. They're watching you. They know where you're going. They know too much. They have too much access to you, collective. And this is the problem here. So I'm just praying that the Most High God do something about it, because it's ridiculous now. So I want y'all to stay strong in who you are, and just remember to be your best self. Okay? I love you, and I'll talk to y'all later. Peace and love to you.